Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, citizens of New Earth, wherever you are. Welcome to the Paradise League tournament. It is day 2 of Cycle 3. We're kicking it off with the losers bracket semifinals. Busk No GG versus... Who do we got up here? Brigada. Dawnova Brigada. The first match of the day. Both these teams have got a long road ahead of them if they want to take this cycle and crown themselves champion and pick up those cycle points, which you all know are drastically important. We're halfway through the tournament just about, which means we got a lot of HoN ahead of us. I am mathematically your caster for today, and super excited to see what these guys can bring. We watched them all put on a show yesterday, and yeah, let's get to it. So, we're going to see some bands coming out on to Ophelia, Wretched Hag, Magnus. No surprise there with the Ophelia. We've seen what you got and what he can do on that hero. Then the Respect band's coming out again against Dawnova. Every time that Devourer, one day he's going to slip through. That's all I'm saying. And I want to see the damage that he can do. But Devourer, Monkey King, and Engineer. I didn't get to see them play yesterday, but I watched the Brigada in Cycle 1, so I'm quite familiar with these bands. They look pretty much on point. Getting into the picks here. First pick on the Electrician, follow up into Nymph Balfagor. Yesterday, a lot of damage done by those two heroes. I want to say Nymphora probably had one of the highest win rates of the day yesterday. It just seemed like every game she was picked and used to perfection. So nice little scoop up there. And also Balfagor taking a page out of the Doghouse book. He was also used by them yesterday. Second wave of bands coming up here. Also, Rally and Flux. Well, the Engineer was banned, but Flux is more than just a gimmick hero, that's for sure. This is an incredibly strong hero. Underrated, I think, in most cases. Once you get a little bit of strength on him, those magnetic surges actually do an insane amount of damage with the way they stack up. It's such a short cooldown. And just in general, for positioning, there's room for some amazing plays from this hero. So super excited to see Flux. And Rally, of course, big showboater with the compels built-in tablet. And just an all-around good hero to support his teammates and provide some good damage. Second wave of bands, though, coming out on Forsaken Archer, Soul Stealer, and Glacius. As no clear support chosen for the Hellborn side. But what you got mixes it up. Bans a mid, a carry, and a support. Puppet Soul, on the other hand, banning Corrupted Disciple, Defiler, and Sir Bensington, a hero that was used in conjunction with Nymphora a lot yesterday. It had quite a bit of success. I know he's been called OP by some, so we will not see him today. But there goes the Valkyrie pick. And I know we've seen a lot of that played by Imba and the Team Tim boys. I haven't seen it too much on these guys, so let's see how they work it into the mix. I don't know if they run it. Seems like she's fallen into that semi-carry role. Kind of gets a lot of weight put on her shoulders. Swift Blade, the oldest hero, and Chipper. Very, very solid support. We saw him banned a lot, actually, in the first cycle, and kind of ignored the second one, so I'm kind of glad we get to see him pop up. It's a really good hero. Scouting with those rockets might be a little bit tricky. I don't know if those corpses can eat the rockets. The little Balfagor minions, I'm pretty sure. But other than that, solid game for him. Swiftblade going to be decent in this one as well. Dodging incoming arrows with the Blade Frenzy. Getting out of the grass. Imagine you could dodge the grass with that, yeah. And then, Satellidium's hero, the Pandemonium, one that he knows and loves. One that can beat Swiftblade through that Blade Frenzy if need be. Lock down people, take a bit of this heavy burst damage coming out. I'm also going to grab the Deadwood on Legion's side. We've seen that run in the tri-lane. Not sure if that's how they're going to do it. But ladies and gentlemen, you do have your drafts. Bust No GG versus Dawn Over Brigada. Game 1. Best of 3 losers bracket coming at you right now. Remember that this tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming. It's a community that runs weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and more. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from the grassroots movements to Tier 1 professional events. Experience it for yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord server to learn more. Also sponsored by Polydoge. It's a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. Offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders. Big drops onto Swiftblade here. Nice. Representing that. That's the Polydoge early bloodlust of the week. But now they offer fun interactions to their holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience that for yourself at polydoge.com. And remember, if you guys go to these websites, sign up for these websites, create accounts, there's a chance that it can increase the prize pool for these players, which is currently sitting at 10,000 US dollars. That was pretty awesome. And of all people, Swiftblade, do you think he'd be the safe one to go in and drop down a ward at? Just getting a little bit out. Oh, and that's why you run as a team. So nice bloodlust kill coming out there. So it looks like they're going to be running Doze on Balfagor. Solo in the safe lane. Maybe taking a book out of the Team Tim page. In kind of how we see Zane running down in that lane. Not that they pioneered it or anything, but it's super effective for them. A dual lane mid versus the Electrician. A decent hero to have to go up against this kind of lane. We'll see if they make any rotations like that. He's already eating stunts and flurries galore. Up in the top lane, it's going to be a Deadwood Valkyrie duo lane versus Chipper and Swiftblade. I mean, that's a decent lane. Not the best kind of combos because Valkyrie's going to be able to get out of any kind of combo, you know, to Blade Frenzy. And the Rockets, even Tartos, is not a lockdown at all. Now, Deadwood doesn't have that escape ability, but it's Rockets to the trees and stuff. Rotten Grass comes out. Looks like he's going to be mainly a supporting role. But at least he'll get some experience. The bottom lane, Flux taking heavy damage here from Balfagor. Is just trying to do his best. Have to pop that health potion as they fight over the creep kills there. But this is, I want to say Balfagor is going to have a much better time. See Deadwood coming in with those early punches to harass. He's got a Rotten Grasp down. Doesn't connect onto the Chipper, unfortunately. That might have been a for sure kill. They're still going to try their best to do it. One more auto attack will get it done. Slaskate getting credit for the kill there. Really nice in the mid lane. Heavy damage onto Pandemonium, but not much to do there. Balfagor doing great, though. In terms of XP per minute, highest on his team, despite going up against these two heavy hitters. I mean, Rally and Flux really do start to pour in that damage after a little while with the right clicks. Does got that built-in corpse conversion heal, though. Should help him out. We're going to get a bottled haste rune on the Panda. This could be trouble for Electrician if he doesn't spot the rune in the bottle. His positioning goes anywhere past this little river border. He's in big trouble. There he goes, popping the health potion. Smart play. by Gajenko. Fighting over. The good news for the Hellborn team is they are up in gold Elden experience a little bit. Top lane going pretty well for them as well. Clash of the Titans down here in the bottom lane. They're so tanky, and it's going to be hard for Valve to make any kill attempt on them, even with rotations, but I think he's kind of comfortable just getting what he can. In the mid lane, a little bit of a jump made onto Elec. He's pretty much out of regeneration. He's got a couple of tangos left, or Blightstones.
My delicious creations.
And both teams at this point are kind of just okay with these lanes. They not making any real adjustments. Everybody's kind of getting what they want out of this. I have to see if any of these rune spawns can change that. The haste is going to be activated on Pandemonium. It's a double damage that spawns up top. Deadwood's going to go ahead and sit on that. We got the 1-point wonder on Panda into Flick and Cannonball. But everybody playing really safe here. You could tell he just wants to get this kill. A flurry with double damage does so much. If the electrician would get anywhere out of position, then he'd be able to get a kill on him. But let me see. Taking a look at bottom lane here. Flux diving the tower onto Balfagor. But not going for the kill just yet. You can see one pull in the mid lane. They jump onto electrician here. Getting the flurry off. Following up the stun with Nymphora. That was great. Now back to bot lane. Flux pouring in these damage. Rally comes in with the compel. Balfagor taking a lot of damage here. Trying to spam that corpse conversion. He actually gets the kill on a Puppet Soul before going down. And now look at the minions. They're going to take him down too. That's a double tap. Extremely well played there from Doze on Balfagor. Did not see that one coming. Rod and Grass sent out top lane, but Chipper's been great at sidestepping those this whole game. Sends the return rockets. Yeah, that's going to make Flux think twice, because he could have snowballed big time if he got that kill. He would hit that early 6th mid lane, more action. They are exchanging these blows back and forth, whittling down their opponents, but Pandemonium pretty much just staying in line with the experience, even though he has a lane partner. We're going to see Electrician go top and camp that rune. He desperately wants it, but they are collapsing on him. The Rotten Grass. Oh, all the runes he gets, it's the haste. Putting him right out of the Rotten Grasp's reach. Fortunately for these guys, that won't probably equal to a kill. But, yeah, they would have liked to have that in their bottle. So Flux now hitting that level 6. There's not a whole lot that I think it's going to combo with his ultimate in this current moment. He does grab it, though. So he stacked these points into release. Surprised though, he's not really harassing the Balfagor. I mean, right at this time, he's just kind of focusing on that farm, and I guess we saw why earlier. But he will start to pour in a little bit of harassment here. See, it does put out a lot of damage. Rally, not even close to 6, but still a looming threat nearby in the woods. Balfagor is trying to keep himself topped off to the top maximum HP to make sure nothing goes awry. They go again on him. Just with the harassments. Keep my eye on that. Up in the top lane, when we see level 6 on Swiftblade with those Ghost Marchers picked up. That's probably strong enough to kill Deadwood if he catches him alone out of positioning. Balfagor just amassing stacks up on that HoN New Earth. He's got 51 charges currently. And there goes the Valkyrie Prism. Thought I heard it. Yeah, Valkyrie Prism activated. Gonna see some rotations with that. A few more seconds. Uh-oh. Flux and Electrician gonna walk right into a double Rotten Grass, double stun, into the double stun cannonball. Flick coming out to lock him down, and Electrician eats the Kung Fu punches, also known as the face smash, and they're not done. Rotten Grass, though, does not connect, but the cannonball does. Rally gets locked down, eats another stun from Nymphora. That Zeal double kill credit going to Sadaladium, and all the while, Balfagor and his little minions pushing down that tower, keeping the pressure up. This is a catapult wave spawning, so there could be some considerable damage done to this tower if they don't hurry back down and clear up this wave. Huge rotations coming out, making use of that level 1 Valkyrie Prism. They had no idea what they were running into down there. So Balfagor does get the tower down about 70%. He's going to retreat back full HP. He did not even use or activate HoN New Earth, so he does still have that available. And Flux basically spamming his spells on cooldown to farm the creeps, so he does have to be careful about that, as Panda and Nymphora tag team a nice double stack in the woods. Maybe a triple, I can't really tell. Deadwood nearing that level 6. This is something that you do have to worry about. I always hate to see Deadwood starve to farm in levels, but he had a decently successful lane and some really nice rotations. He's sitting on 5 kill contribution at this point, so he is almost about to have his ultimate, and just a nice little bit of impact on the game, I'm sure. Balfagor needs to be careful, though. Seismic Slam now available. Flux pouring in the auto attacks. They do have to be careful. Rally with the Seismic Slam and coordinating that Flux ultimate. I can easily see a Flux ultimate throwing a Rally off in a game like this, making him miss a compel. So let's see what they can do. The Valkyrie Prism is going to be activated. They are running as if they saw it, but rotation's coming in to collapse them on the bottom rune. There. Oh, look at the bait there. Deadwood. Is he just going to drop the punch down? Looking for a target. Boom! Willowmaker on the Rally. There goes the Flux pull-in, which does mix things up a bit. Doesn't keep Rally alive. Deadwood at least is going to retreat up to the top. He dodges the first rocket. The second one, not so lucky. The action continues down in the bottom lane. Nymphora doing anything she can to keep Panda alive. Cannonballs over the wall. Gets a bottle sip off, and there goes HoN New Earth, but it wasn't enough damage. The entire Hellborn team is rotated, and now Nymphora is in big trouble. Drops a volatile pod in the double stun, catching 2 of the heroes. You can see the damage here is nice, and wishes she had her partner Panda nearby, but he had to get out of dodge. Will he stop this TP of Flux? He does land the cannonball, flicking a face smash. Oh my god! Locked down to 26 HP. Watch those rockets, boy. Nice job by Sadalidium, staying around just a bit longer and get some vengeance for his partner Nymphora going down. We're starting to see this, how this team fights are going to come together. I don't think Valkyrie was involved at all in that fight. She stayed farming, caught up a bit, so she does have to watch out. Seismic Slam at the ready. Valkyrie not the... Oh no, he holds it back. He maybe thought she was going to get the leap off, or it wasn't going to be enough to kill her, but here comes a big party smashing down on an Electrician. Don't even need the arrow. This Nymphora's volatile pod just seems so overpowered lately. It's like when that thing explodes, it's so much damage and healing. Only says in the tooltip, it doesn't even seem like it's that much. Basically, just saw that person melt.
Rejected.
So there goes that bottom tower. Balfagor is going to angrily chase after the Flux. Balfagor, what's he sitting on now? He did complete those plated greaves and a blood chalice. I mean, that's pretty tanky in the middle lane. Deadwood activates a double damage rune. Willowmaker Grasp is going to take anybody out, and he's going to get that Valkyrie Prism. It's not a good day to be a chipper. Oh, but the Ward of Revelation spots him. They see him, but they're not revealing that they know him yet and that he's there. And Electrician is going to grab him. Sawblade Showdown on his grave. The ultimate disrespect, as we all know. Sat, though, picking up a portal key. This is, there we go, Flick coming out. He drops the stun down, but he is forced to retreat. That's a physical stun, mind you. That's why it goes through the Blade Frenzy. And I forgot that was the case, but very nice there, making this hero even more powerful. They're going to just 4-man down this defense tower, and a lot of times we see that punished in the competitive play, but I mean, the damage they're putting out right now, there's nothing wrong with that. Blinks in, Flick Cannonball. He's going to try to flurry him backward, and he does. Panda's pretty much out of mana at this point, but here comes Deadwood burning through the trees. He's got that Willowmaker available. Swiftblade doesn't have much here. That arrow, though, it's going to give them the vision they need at the very least. Swiftblade's taking them on a magical journey, though. The Rotten Grasp. They get him. And the mid lane, too, cleaning up. Electrician goes down to the dynamic duo of Panda and Nymphora. Flux ult was on cooldown there. Might have been able to save the Elec at the last second there, but Rally's still holding on to that first Seismic Slam, wants to make it count, but he's running out of targets as everybody on the Legion team starts to get higher up in the levels. We see Steam Boots built on the Valkyrie. So no greedy ghostly build or anything like that. That was halfway to a portal key if he wants to get that. And mid lane Panda is going to cannonball, but get pulled back over. Nice Flux ultimate there. Sawblade Showdown, big whiff there. They're going to be forced to walk through it, and now the big turnaround. Flux is getting burned down as Chipper gets melted by a solo set of flurries. A nice arrow there by Electrician, and these guys are relentless right now. A big compel, maybe? Onto one, he's going to make Panda pay at the very least. So that, he's going to try. That would have been, there we go. Panda greedily goes back for the pod. Swift Slash is used out. It's going to get eaten up because they're all there. That's a team wipe by Legion, and they are in their finest form right now. Nothing they can do on Hellborn team to outplay these guys. Going to make quick work of this tier 2 tower as well. These respawn timers aren't very long. It's so early in the game. They are going to get TPs in. They're going to look to punish this. Low mana on a few of these heroes, but can he get in range? There is a portal key on the Flux, but I don't even know how it's on cooldown. I didn't even see him use it. Anyways, Rocket's going out. Minions tank that for him. So, by all means, not over yet. We still have the possibility for a nice Flux discharge into a compel, but definitely on the back foots here. It's going to be really hard. Rotten Grasp probably connects onto Swiftblade. He doesn't have anything to get out of it. The Willowmaker locks him down, and Rally comes in to hold Swiftblade's hand as they depart this world. But yeah, between the pods, the minions, the sustain on this team, really, you've seen, like, for the whole game, nobody's had to go back to base. I know we got these fancy flying couriers now, but I mean, you guys have not stopped assaulting the Hellborn team since like they all hit level 6. Hellborn team grouping up, holding hands. There's not really much they can do at this point. Seems like the strongest player on their team was the Electrician, and he has not had an impact. They're going to go and lock down Panda real quick. Those are the kind of pickoffs they need. That's worth a big chunk of gold for them. Valkyrie Prism activated here. But bigger cooldowns to save the Willowmaker and Hell on Neworth. Nice compel there to save Flux. This is the kind of teamwork. I know that these guys are good. Don't ever Brigada. They're in the running. They're tied for, I think, second, maybe third in points, but it's only by a single point in the tournament. So I have to think that they had some kind of good strategy in mind with this draft. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe it's going to come online shortly. I mean, just in general, the Flux ult into, Sawblade Showdown, Seismic Slam, this kind of AoE stuff. Maybe it's not as complicated as I'm thinking. But they're going to have to do something to kind of get it off. There's still a couple of targets. Valkyrie and Nymphora melt relatively quickly to a combo like that. And we even seen how fast they took out Panda. So there is still hope. But Legion team is pretty beefed up at this point. I think it's going to be on them whether they throw this game or not. They are sieging the final tier 2, goes down, makes such quick work of this creep wave, and yeah, they're just going to keep theirs alive. They're going to get the fortification. That's an early fortification, too. They'll get into place here. Flux leads in. Is that the real Balfagor? Of course not. Nymphora keeping everybody topped off on their mana and their health. They rotate back here. Not greedy enough to attempt the Hellborn Kongor. But don't forget they do have that global Nymphora ultimate. She's almost got level 2 of it. Mid lane, they're going to burst down onto Panda, but he gets the cannonball off, and they end up only trading a Nymphora for... Yeah, that's 2 ultimates as the swift slashes were used there. Nymphora will be back in 30 seconds. She can port globally in, and they can take this fight if they want. But it's a nice turn of events for the Hellborn team. They definitely want to take anything they can get right now. Unfortunately, this looming threat of the Valkyrie Prism has them kind of like stuck all holding hands, not really able to split up and farm too much. They kind of always have to be ready for that Nymph port or a jump in, flying arrow. It's a scary game for them. But working towards closing that gap, they got decent farm on the Swiftblade. He's working towards anything at this point. He's got the Rune Cleaver. He can start to get some farm up quickly. Flux is not doing too bad either. Doesn't got any core items really yet, like powerhouse items, but the Blink Dagger is going to allow for him to get better discharge positioning off. Any noteworthy pickups on the Legion side, just an Astrolabe, a Sackstone on Nymphora, Energizer, and Balfagor is going for that Staff of the Master. I haven't been watching. I don't know exactly how many pieces he's got purchased, but he's over 400 GBM, so he's probably close. Legion Kongor going down really quick here thanks to a double damage on that Pandemonium. Swiftblade doing his best he can to catch up, taking on a nice double stack. His team is working around him and the current situation they're in best they can. He does got to be careful. He's sitting under a ward that what you got placed down earlier. So Swiftblade was actually in a little bit of danger there if he stuck around a tiny bit longer. But let's see what they do. Gonna push down this mid tower. Energizer activated. Blink Dagger picked up on Deadwood, and Balfagor does finish that Staff of the Master. They're going for the double Kongor. Perhaps, maybe, baiting it. I don't know. They know Flux is down here. Balfagor's on a journey. Or just cutting the wave. Okay. They don't opt for it. Hellborn team all grouped up. Couple Veiled Rots activated. See what they can do. I almost get a catch, pick off on a Deadwood there, but the Spidey sense starts tangling. He blinks right on out of there. There they go. I don't know if it's for real or if they're baiting it, but they are going for this Hellborn Kongor now. A day taking a lot of damage here. The pod only helping a little bit right here, but he's so close. The Valkyrie Prism is going to be activated. Rotten Grass keeping them. They're trying to make sure that they can't come in and snipe this last hit. Here he goes. Riley's going to try to do it himself. He tries to get it off, but he goes down a little bit too quickly, and that pod keeps Balfagor and Panda up. The rest of the Hellborn team goes. They knew they had to make a chance here. They weren't going to fight against the token, and you got to admire that. Shooting their shot. Wait. Oh, he did steal the token. But unfortunately, Anal Hunter just comes right back up and goes down. Didn't even get a Blade Frenzy off because of all of these physical stuns. Hellborn throws it and gives it one more shot. But Legion team coming through. A beautiful draft executed perfectly. And if you ask me, Nymphora, man, is just insane at this current state in the game. The heroes that are being played against, the skill level of these players, getting these 2-man, 3-man stuns and pods, it's becoming quite problematic for the enemy teams to deal with. So a relatively quick victory there. Congratulations to Busno GG. We'll have to see what Denova Brigada can do in Game 2 to change the tides. Be back in just a moment, guys. Stay tuned for more HoN action. Alrighty, welcome back everybody to the action here. Game 2 of the Losers Bracket semifinals here. And if you're just joining us, welcome, welcome. If you were witness to that first game, that was a stunning display by Buskno G. Very close in the laning phases. Both teams got real comfortable. When it came to the roaming, though, that Valkyrie Prism came into effect, started it off with a couple kills at the bottom rune, and just snowballed from there. Nymphora was super, super on point, and I'm interested to see she doesn't get banned. They instead keep very similar bans to the first phase, to the first game of the cycle. Ophelia, Wretched Hag, both out. Cracking a new one here, banned out. And what you got, of course, banning that Devourer. I've heard the tales of what was done with that hero, and we're not going to get to see that again today. But there is a game 3 possibly in the works if Darnova Brigada can regain their composure here. That draft was a little bit out of there. They grabbed Flux, and he had a little bit of synergy available, with who was on there, Rally and Chipper, but they weren't able to really connect. They didn't get the levels as early, and so he couldn't transition into really that powerhouse hero that he is. So that plan might have been a little bit of a risky draft, and we'll see if they return more to their roots. Instead, this time, they go for the first pick, Andro, and of course what you got's going to scoop up Nymphora Balfagor. This combo was a deadly success for them, as mentioned multiple times, and they do pick it up. Balfagor pretty much maintained farm in a 1v2 lane against Rally Flux, which was probably one of the things that led to their victory. They were probably hoping to dominate that bottom lane a little bit better. That being said, though, the Valkyrie now scooped up on the opposing team, and now they've got a Magnus in the mix. Some seriously dangerous heroes to go up against. The Lava Surge, the Andromeda, that's a much more reliable stun than the Rally's Compel. So I like the draft already coming out by Darnova, a little bit more standard. Second wave of bans comes out. What you got, quickly banning the Defiler, a hero that would be pretty powerful against a hero like Balfagor, that a Crypt Swarm or whatever it's called. The wave would be clearing things very quickly and minimize the effect of the volatile pod. Let's see if they get anything else with some wave clear to prevent that, because not only did they get dominated in team fights, they didn't really have an answer when Hellborn started knocking on these tier 2s as 2, 3, 4 heroes. But yeah, another band coming out, Malakin and Torturer. So a hero that we know has got power, but we don't see him too much. But they are potentially worried about some type of really late game powerhouse options coming out by Buskno GG instead of something more quick pace. We've seen it before where they start off their draft similar, but then completely change it up. We'll see if there's any mind games like that going to happen. What you got takes out Alonia and Lodestone. Alonia, a hero that everybody has used to great effect in this tournament. They grab Rally and Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted is a phenomenal hero. We've seen him used to great success. I think there are certain lineups that he shines in. I'm not seeing the clear indicator here. There's not a lot of good conduit targets. Heroes like Andro and Mag can quickly break that with a stun and a few steps back and a Valkyrie leap. So he might, in the current draft, have a little bit of difficulty. There's also not a ton of lockdown for his team supporting him. Nymphora does have that zeal, and they've been on point, but it could be tricky against these more mobile heroes now. Heroes that are not necessarily going to be stuck up together and grouped up to land those huge pod bombs. But nice to see Rally in the mix as well. A little bit of a save poor man's Andro swap of their own with the Compel. And they are shadow picking a Thunderbringer here, which could be nice, dealing with the invisibility that comes off of the Steam Bath and the Valkyrie Prism. A Thunderbringer could work well to kind of thwart some of those rotations and ganks. stuff like that. They round out their picks with Gladiator and Geomancer. We've seen some amazing Gladiator play. If you watched any of the upper bracket games from yesterday, he was a force to be reckoned with. Always one of those heroes that even if he does get starved for farm, he can have huge impact on the game. There's a lot of wombo combo potential here. Call to arms into Crystal Field, into Eruption. We'll see if they can't pull it off. And here's a hero we don't get to see very often. It's Satellidium's Pebbles. I've heard what he can do with the hero. Gets that Staff of the Master, starts tossing people up and down. Get them all corralled up for some pods and Hell on New Earth and maybe even a monster Seismic Slam. So ladies and gentlemen, here is your completed draft. Game 2, Donova Brigada looks to come back against Buskno GG. We saw an early Bloodlust kill too. We'll have to wait and see if anybody gets revenge from that. Early Ward of Sight coming out into the jungle by Rally. Uses his TP to get in position early. So far, it just seems like Geomancer's heading down to that bottom lane. More and more, we're seeing this 2-2-1 used by Donova. So this time, they're going to give Anal the safe lane by himself. Potentially running a tri-lane from the looks of it right now. Level 1 Conqueror attempt? Just kidding.
Now I will catch my quarry.
But similar fashion to the last game's laning, we're going to see what you got in Sat grouped up together. A mean combo when Pebbles has infinite mana and a follow-up stun. I mean, that is deadly if they can get off to a good start and get some levels. Gladiator's a decent hero to deal with this. He can kind of hang back, just use that flagellation, get some creep kills, but still, it's almost dangerous for any hero to go up against a lane like Pebbles Nymphora. So keep an eye on that for some tight action. In the bottom lane, it's going to be CD and Rally taking on that Geomancer. I want to say that the laning phase is looking a little bit better for Buskno GG, but there's always the chance for rotations to happen. It's just one of these lanes that Balfagor should be able to get whatever he wants, you know, at the very least, just get some experience. But we are going to see Gladiator being completely boxed out of the lane, harassed, and Satellidium landing every deny so far on the wave. Expect for that to continue for some time. Rally compels out of the bottom lane, and they already lead in with an Electric Tide as well. Level 1 combos taking Geo down quite a bit to make sure he feels the fear of this lane. Andromeda looking to get some interesting positioning here. Maybe get in range for a Comet. The arrow connects onto Balfagor. But mostly just harassment. And I see that, like, what they're doing here. Magma's going to pull and take the small camp. Get whatever experience he can and basically keep this lane so Balfagor has nowhere safe to stand. Well played on the lane positioning there by the Legion side. Relentless harassment still coming out by Nymphora. She actually takes a lot of damage there. But she should be able to afford the regen, and the fact that Gladiator has only 2 last hits at this point, I'd say this lane is going pretty effectively. In the bottom lane, Geomancer in big trouble. Saves Dig, though. Gets out. He is completely out of regen. He's going to have some delivered as soon as possible, but he is not exactly able to afford it. They're going to stack on the top rune here. Legion side, hoping for some kind of miracle rune. Maybe make a move on mid. They pick up Merrick's. Rally finds a double damage in the bottom. Probably ask Pebbles if he wants to leave that for him. It's so early. I don't even know if Pebbles wants to leave this lane because it's so advantageous for him to stay in it. They do look to set something up, though, as Andromeda and Magnus are nearby. I don't know if that Novi's... Oh, there is a ward on the lower part of the river, so... Don't know if it's seen him, but they're playing safe enough where they're going to be okay. Balfagor up here against a solo Valkyrie. He's able to get some minions out. See, Valkyrie wanted to set up an arrow, but he's doing a good job micromanaging those creeps and keeping himself protected. But the Lava Surge into the call down of the Valkyrie. Big damage coming out of the Balfagor. Andromeda trying to get in room for the Comet Stun. Will hold him down. Cherry Popper Bloodlust goes to Puppet's Soul. And nice. Balfagor played it so safe last game, not having the same luck here. Got a little bit greedy, pushing down into the forest. I'm not quite sure what he was aiming for there. In the bottom lane, they are pressuring Geomancer. The Compel is not timed right. Instead, he eats the dig. That damage and vulnerability coming in clutch for the Geo. So despite being completely boxed out of the lane, Balfagor, uh-oh, top lane, big trouble. He doesn't matter what Woodsy, doesn't matter his safe positioning. Somehow, the whole team ends up top waiting for him. They do get a little bit of damage from the tower, so costly for them, but not having the greatest time, much like the Gladiator who boxed out of the lane, level 4. Gonna retreat to the jungle. In the meantime, we got rotations up top. A lot of contention for this 4-minute rune here. Magma's trying to pick a Lava Surge target. Instead, it's Andromeda that's going to come down with the arrow. 5 seconds onto Pebbles. It's only a Merrick's rune, so this whole battle was for nothing. But we'll see if what they can come up with. Everybody's so low, but they just don't have enough to finish it off. Stun pod in 1 second. But a hasted Gladiator coming into the mix. Pebbles is going to get punished here. The pod does not connect. Nymphora running for her life. She had to choose between the two skills. She chose the pod and no stun to save herself. This is exactly what Legion team was hoping for. In the bottom lane, they do get a kill on the Geo, so points on the board now for Busk No GG, and still in great shape as the Corrupted Disciples top farm in the game. 430 GPM. But definitely Gladiator more than happy to take those kills. That took him from under 180 to over 300 GPM and some well-needed experience. We'll be seeing Call to Arms very shortly available if he decides to grab it. Way down on the totem pole, though, is this level 2 rally. That being said, Compel is still nice at all levels. Same distance, just a little bit shorter of a stun duration. They are relentless on Balfagor in the top lane. He wanted to go over and try to get the pull, but instead he's going to eat a Comet into a Lava Surge. And now Valkyrie comes in to clean up the mess. Steal that kill credit. And this is not the position that we saw Doze in last game. It was a much more safe, guarded position. Again, he was getting what he wanted. Maybe that put a little bit of greed in his heart. I mean, his positioning hasn't been that bad since the first death, but they've been punishing it nonetheless. So great job by Legion team keeping up the pressure here. They're going to use that farm, put a power supply onto Valkyrie. Blood Chalice onto Magmus, who's now bottled up an invisibility rune that he borrowed from the Valk. A level 2 Lava Surge into a Steam Bath does a lot of damage at this point to pretty much any target they may want to prioritize. It's been working on Balfagor, but they do need to pay a little attention. This Corrupted Disciple's got his Steam Boots. He's now level 7. And he could go... He's one of those heroes that could run away with this game if they ignore him up the top lane. The Balfagor dies. Part 4. Man, these sequels. Uh-oh, Geomancer throws out the Earth Grasp, trying to get a little bit of golden harassment. Rally Compel comes in. But Corrupted Disciple he can't get any attacks off for some reason. Onto the Geomancer. Maybe the tree vision, or he's just waiting for that conduit, but look at that. A long-range dig, keeping him alive. Rally's going to chase with the Compel. He's not quite in range, as he doesn't even have boots yet. So, meanwhile, it looks like the top lane, Nymph and Pebbles on the move. Pebbles grabbing 1 point into Enlarge, but he still does a good bit of damage with that combo. And able to farm up the jungle camp and stay relatively topped off thanks to the Nymphora's grace. Only level 1 at this point, though. Very action-packed. 7 kills, 7 minutes. Both teams making it difficult Completely different than what we saw last game, which was kind of a passive farm fest for the first half of the game. Like to take that top tower as they've dominated this lane pretty heavily. Valkyrie leaping in, Lava Surge following up with the Valkyrie arrow, lands for 4 seconds. Balfagor still kind of tanky, but if that Comet stun lands, there goes the late TP pod to try to save him. I mean, at this point, it's kind of just a lost cause. Balfagor just needs to hit that level 6, linger back in a team fight, and just at least be there for one of these one engagements. He can get back into this game, much like Gladiator has. Gladiator picking up those Ghost Marchers. He's got the maxed out flagellation, so he actually does a decent amount of damage, and it's kind of hard for Pebbles to stay in the lane with him without his partner. Magnus rotating in. There's a lot of people collapsing on here. Celadium's got the... He's got the illusion rune in his bottle, but for some reason he didn't get it activated that whole time. Mina saved him from the arrow. Perhaps a misplay by Sat. And Legion team starting that snowball. It's one of those things. Valkyrie's Prism being used at the right moments in both of these games to set up big rotations. And they're making the most out of these pickoffs too. We see massive damage coming out onto the tier 1 mid tower. And Hellborn team just a little bit slow to react to all of these things. It's like they were not ready for this fight. They wanted to wait a little bit longer. Now Pebbles was having such a good time in the beginning that you get comfortable, but it goes a Magnus Lava Surge stun. The follow-up arrow is this time going to get eaten by the illusions, but a lot of damage coming out. The Rally Compel is very nice. Puts Pebbles in a nice position to back off. Valkyrie leaps away, but the 2-man Lava Surge comes in. Balfagor gets poor man's portal keyed in. Drops Newerth's Hell down. I don't know if anybody was left standing for it, but just an idea of what you can do. Balfagor soaks up a little bit of experience there. They only lose the rally. They slow down this Magnus from getting his portal key just a little bit. Really, though, right now, the problem looks to be Valkyrie. They're going to activate another Prism here. I see no Revelation wards on the ground except in the jungle for the Hellborn team, so Pebbles could be in trouble here. Valkyrie reveals herself with an auto attack. Not sure if that's intentional or bait, but they do rotate. What you got is in trouble. Gets Comet stunned into the pitfall. He's going to be gone. Balfagor's like, maybe I shouldn't be farming here. Instead, Pebbles a little bit greedy. He's playing forward. That's a wild arrow thrown out by Valkyrie. Dude, he just didn't have the toss off a cooldown. Looks like he's been using it to farm. You know, his hero just wants to rush into that portal key before these heroes get too much experience. And there we go. Balfagor comes in with a little bit of a silence. Pebbles does his best he can to stun and then slow down the damage, but it's a little bit too much. And really, what does the Hellborn team have right now? That Compel comes in. The Valkyrie kill would be huge here, but she's got that leap in her back pocket. And there it goes. Geomancer, though, going to come in. Nice Pebbles by stun, but he's getting line stun from every which way. Eats the dig, tosses it back, gets another Lava Surge. They'll get the Geomancer here in exchange, but comes at a cost. Sat having such a great start now. The blink is slowed down, and every second that gets delayed, the less effective his hero becomes. It's really on this corrupted disciple. We see the farm he has, and he has been putting out damage in these team fights, but it's just not bursty enough yet. So many ways for the Legion team to disengage from these fights. Hellborn team just probably needs a little bit more time to kind of get their composure together. Let's see what Legion team does. A nice arrow connecting onto Nymphora. I mean, you can't deny the amount of 5-second arrows we've seen already. Slash accuracy on this Valkyrie. Pretty insane. Now, in the meanwhile, a haste rune bottled up onto the Gladiator. The rune control has kind of come in handy for them, too, this game. They've kind of made it a priority. And I got to say, it's paying off. 2,500 gold lead. Let's see if we can get that. Gladiator's actually surpassed Pebbles at this point. It being level 9. Magnus standing him in with the taunt. Well, didn't see what happened there, but I see the arrows on cooldown and Puppet Soul advances to 10-0, and now the Valkyrie Prism used. This time in clear sight of everybody, so. Not exactly sure if that's going to mask anything, but the Gladiator TP to mid. Lava Surge stun. Here comes the Pitfall, and the Call to Arms likely to follow up. There it goes. The pod going to keep Pebbles alive, at least for the time being. Yes, fills him back up to complete full health. They want to get a turn kill here, and that's it. CD pouring in the damage. Gladiator falls, and that's a costly death for them. Puppet Soul next on that Valkyrie gets away with 100 HP after that mana battery activation. That was a nice little bit of a rotation and a flip-flop by the Hellborn. And look at this, even despite being down quite a bit, making quick work. The minions, the toss damage, and a catapult. Mid-tower will go down, evening up a little bit of that map advantage, and that will spell Portal Key for Pebbles and a Light Brand completed on the Corrupted Disciple. And this Portal Key, a little bit delayed, more than he hoped, but he didn't rush it, you know. Steam boots, power supply. He's still in a great position where this Valkyrie, with all the gold she's amassed, has gone with an extremely greedy build. Top farm in the game, but still sitting on 800 HP. And against the Pebbles, that is not... That seems like something that they're going to notice and punish big time. She does have a little bit of gold in her pocket. That being said, 2,000. We'll see where that Quick Blade goes, if it goes in anything into survivability. Or if nothing else, a little bit of move speed and armor. Oh, and a quick pause here. A little throwback to the old days of HoN. They're kind of rare. I need to catch my breath here. But let's take a look at it. Yeah, Valkyrie doing phenomenal. But again, I can't stress, little concerned about the build here. There are, you know, a lot of people to run out on the front lines and save her. But if what you got can step up his ward game and give Pebbles that vision, I would love to see them punish her. And just collect on that 10-0 gold bounty. She's just a treasure chest waiting to be explored, basically. Pickups, though. Geomancer, he's a little bit bulkier. He's got the steam boots, that crystalline field. Gladiator going for the mystic vestments. It's one of those things, if you play a lot of Pebbles, you know that you are on a time window. That magic burst damage does wane. You know, his effectiveness with positioning and, you know, big AoE stun, that stays. But the effectiveness of Pebbles snowballing is reliant on getting those quick picks, especially if you can get solo picks or duo picks. And Gladiator has the right idea. Gachenko itemizing the Mystic Vestments. It's a priceless investment, basically, against this hero. And as well as most of their team. You have the physical right click from Corrupted and the Seismic Slam, but the rest of it is pretty much all magic damage. I would love to see a budget vestments on this Valkyrie if she wants to survive these engagements. But so far, they've been doing a great job picking the fights with the Prism themselves, going in, not showing themselves on the map. Maybe that's what she hopes to do. Maybe she hopes to just stay, you know, out of the line of sight of Pebbles Nymphora. Right now, Geomancer taking heavy damage from the little minions here, but he's got a bottle of his own. He's going to chug that right back up. Rally with a Veiled Rot in the area. So we see... And, oh, we got this nice ward in the Legion jungle by what she got as well. Nymphora is going to drop a TP. Where did they go? They go into the jungle. Behind Rally. Gladiator, the obvious target, and he's got nobody nearby. Oh, no, the Compel misses. Blink stun onto Pebbles. Gladiator, they do make quick work of that, though. These were massively quick rotations by the Legion team, but Hellborn, very smart to go down and back out of there. Valkyrie Prism activated, so fully on the Spidey sense. I'd like to see somebody pick up some dust, perhaps, on this Hellborn team, or a Rev Ward, perhaps. But it's taken a turn for the better for the Hellborn team. It was looking pretty scary there for a little second. We've seen it's still a 10-0 Valkyrie, But the snowballing seems to have slowed down a bit, and Hellborn's regained their composure. Everybody's got their levels back up there. Balfagor, he's kind of, had one of the worst possible lanes you could have. You win 0-6. He barely got to soak any experience, but he's found his way to level 8. He's got 4 points in corpse conversion, so he is explosive ultimate, and he can push towers if his team can somehow pull out a win. Well, he's doing his job. Rally's doing his best to get back in the action here. Stride and dirty. Those compels, and yeah. Looks like a glowstone pickup on the pebbles. Going to be going into that staff of the master right away. Corrupted Disciple with a Mighty Blade. Might be looking for that early BKB. There are so many stuns on this Legion side that it's going to be a necessity. Valkyrie goes for the Nullifier Blade and not for a Thunderclaw or a farming item. So we'll see if she can keep up the pace that she's set with this farming. That Nullifier Blade, I'm not sure that I love it here. Not a ton of debuffs that you would want to purge off yourself. And not the type of team that's going to be running away from you. I think Hellborn team, if you engage on them, they're going to be running at you. So you're not going to be able to use the Nullifier Blade to chase. In the middle lane, they do catch Andromeda. That's that Nymphora's teleport coming into play, perhaps. Oh, so I was looking at the items, so I didn't exactly see where that boiled down. But Andromeda basically out in no man's lane warding. Gets punished. See Rally in position with the Seismic Slam ready. A Valkyrie Prism activated. No Revelation wards in the area. This could be trouble for Pebbles. He's going to get double stunned and completely melted down. The compelled a corpse there. Rally should have saved it for yourself. Seismic Slam uphill with the timing, trying to catch Magnus in the face, knowing that's some game sense there. Slaske knew that he was going to die here. That being said, he had the power supply and the compel coming off cooldown. Maybe could have made them waste a little bit more time chasing, but that's basically how you want to see Valkyrie play it with this greedy build. Only initiate with prisms and hope that the there you go, Valkyrie has another arrow up in the top lane. Not quite sure what Nymphora was doing up there with 0 mana though. So well played here. Balfagor activating his Energizer and minions, but thwarted by a simple steam bath. It just annihilates the creep wave. But there they go. Hell on New Earth used. But a nice kill. I mean, Magnus has his portal key now, though. It looks like he bought that right before dying, I want to say. Pebbles trying to keep the memento up. He's got this Blink Dagger. The targets, though, are getting slimmer. We see more agility items being stacked onto the Valkyrie. It's another Quick Blade pickup. So this could be turning most likely into a Firebrand. I think that's pretty much the only option. And then into a Geo's Bane. Pretty standard build for her, but again, very squishy. We see her staying in the jungle. I know I'm going on about this, but at some point, she's going to have to step out and take a fight, and if they prioritize it, she's going to go down. She is 25% of the hero damage on her team. Only thing in her favor is there are so many other frontline options. Gladiator, Geo, and Magnus. That is one hell of a line. You get to stay back until you're ready to go in, but here we go. The Valkyrie Prism activated. Pebbles walks right by Pebbles. Don't know if she saw him, but it seems like maybe they did. The leap going to be activated. They're running away. They didn't like the smell of that. Even though that could have been really bad for Pebbles for a second. Arrow going in. Surprise. No feeler arrows thrown out during that prism. Positioning definitely going to be key for Puppet Soul, but he's showing that he is a top tier player today. 20-minute rune. Didn't see what it was or who got it, but Veldora activated on both Pebbles. Here he comes, and he leaps in. He finds Andromeda and the Balfagor ultimate to follow up here. Magnus is getting shut down. All of his abilities on cooldown. There he goes, channeling the eruption. But he's getting hit by the Balfagor minions. He cannot blink into position. So that gets wasted. Only Balfagor falls for the Hellborn team. And only Andromeda for the Legion. Nice dig stun on a rally, but compels himself out of the arrow positioning. Prism activated. No. Hearing things. Nice. Perfect timing. Ballsy play. Slaske on his game right now. Not showboating, no big seismic slams, but a lot of other nice plays here. Getting the job done, extending the game. Gold lead. Doesn't get closer than this, folks. It was just a 19 gold differential at 20 minutes. 18 to 10. Just goes to show that Hellborn team's not matching them in kills anymore, but they are splitting up. They are getting a lot of gold out of the map. Another tower about to fall in top, and Puppet Soul doesn't even go for the deny. Playing it safe as he needs to, being 12-0. Bottom lane, though. Nymphora potting herself, keeping herself alive, and Corrupted Disciple. Uh-oh. Oh, activating that. Oh, that is a superior stun. On the call to arms, it looked like he got stunned through the BKB. I don't know what I saw there. Anyways, they're going to rotate down. Veiled Rot activate on Pebbles. I love this. Satellitium knows what he has to do. He knows he has to keep this pressure up. He's just having a hard time finding targets, and the Valkyrie is the target. It's just there's no vision really in the area. They're playing so safe. And Novi Pirate has this big ward up in the bottom river area. And also one in the mid lane. That's actually excellent vision coming out by Andromeda. We saw it died a couple times all in no man's land. That was the reason to get this beautiful vision out. So the Legion team has great tabs on what Hellborn's doing right now. They can see that they're fully grouped up in the mid lane. Rally's showing. Let's see what they do with this information. Valkyrie does teleport. She's going to go top. But yeah, there's now a barrier idol on Gladiator. So he's pretty much gotten to that point where he's going to be ignored in these team fights. Blink dig onto Pebbles. This is not what you want. You want to be the initiator. You don't want to be jumped on. Fortunately, they don't coordinate their skills very well. And Sat gets away with what should have been an easy, quick pick on him. Balfagor biding his time, though. He's got the Energizer. He picked up vestments of himself so he can really get in the mix. Build up those charges. Be those frontliners. Also a casual Ring of the Teacher. Costs a lot of mana summoning those minions non-stop. Here they go. They're going to go for a Kongor attempt. It's fun. It's always funny when both teams kind of get that idea, but Legion team is well aware of this Kongor attempt. They couldn't know how fast it's being accomplished, but it looks like instead of contesting it, they will go for one of their own. All the while, Magnus, there's the Valkyrie Prism activated, though. Magnus going to get in position to maybe snipe out some lower HP heroes as they exit the Kongor pit. And there's a haste rune bottled up by Pebbles. Magnus channeling the Eruption Lava Surge combo. Unfortunately, everybody had just backed out of the pit, and only Balfagor takes the hit. It's probably the one hero who could survive it with those vestments. Legion team take out their Kongor. Hellborn get Kongor plus a little bit of a bonus. Got to admire the Magnus play. That could have been a blind beauty, but the card's just not in his favor. So everybody just backed out. I don't think they had vision either. That was kind of just how the cards played out, but they're going to get a nice triple stack here. Divvy up the gold between a few of them. Valkyrie helping hand. Let me hold that dragon in place for you. But at the very least, if they're paying attention, that should... 2 attempts on them in their own jungle. They should figure out that there's some wards. What you got actually does have a D ward up. But I guess they don't have vision on that pillar, because the Observer ward remains. Bottom lane, Pebbles, Nymphora, Balfagor porting in. Or just Pebbles, Balfagor. All that's needed. Dig, follow up onto Pebbles. Drops that crystalline field. And you can't blame him. It doesn't connect, but Geomancer hasn't really had a chance to cast it. He's been setting up these nice stuns Pebble's afraid to get in range for that toss combo. Gladiator dropping the pitfall. Threatening the pitfall. And Geomancer's been holding onto that ultimate, I feel like, all game. So he just had to get one off. It's not even a long cooldown. Hellborn coming back into their place now. They were on the bit of the back foot, and I was worried about Pebbles finding his effectiveness, but he's got that Staff of the Master now. Now it's not so much about the burst damage, but just basically the crowd control that he offers and just mixing things up. He's also pretty beefy himself, and that right click is no joke, so. Valkyrie bottles up a double damage and completes the Firebrand. She's on her way towards that ultimate orb, and eventually the Geometer's Bane not far behind. Not much in the way of Magnus gets a casual vestments. Definitely support that judgment call. Geo's got quite a bit of gold in the bank, though. 2,400. Let's see what he spends that on. Sackstone completed on Nymphora, going for that instead of the Astrolabe first this time. I guess that's just because she doesn't have the 350 GPM of a snowball game. But I'm sure it will come. Stacking up armor, keeping those minions up. As soon as they're feeling comfortable, they can definitely walk down these lanes and force fights. It's going to be tricky into this AoE thing, and maybe that's a little bit where Dunova Brigada is running into problems. They had such a great start, but their team is definitely better suited to defending a push. But here we go. They're going to activate perhaps this double damage. Look to make something happen with that. No, changing their mind really quickly. This Ward of Sight is going to go the full distance over the bottom river, despite being counter-warded. It lasted its full life cycle. So 20 more seconds to make something happen with this double damage. At the very least, Geo's going to clear out the waves there and open up the gap to maybe put pressure onto this mid tower. Again, Legion team very angsty to force a fight. Maybe fearing that later game they're not going to be as strong as the Hellborn team. Arrows goes to sniff something out, but Hellborn team retreats back toward their base. And I feel like Legion team shouldn't be putting so much pressure on. They do have this Prism activated, though. They want to utilize the abilities they have at hand. And unfortunately, they don't find anything. Instead, Hellborn team divides and conquers. That being said, they're approaching. They're about to meet up in the jungle. Valkyrie arrow goes out, doesn't connect. Belphegor luckily dodges it. Hell on newer charges building up, and Valkyrie pod keeping him full health. Rally gets a 3-man compel and a 1-man Seismic Slayer, and the rest of the team collapse on top of it. Gladiator would not have been able to survive that. Regardless, now Valkyrie, somehow the last man standing. Luckily, he's got a double damage and a haste rune. Good luck catching this Valkyrie at this point. Uh-oh. Okay, so she is behind the trees for that teleport. They don't care, though. They got the damage done. They won a fight where they were kind of outnumbered, but that was a beautiful initiation. Slaske again. We saw him shining. It didn't look too flashy, but there it was. Finally, an offensive play by him. Pebbles getting in position to drop that toss off. You see a lot of tower damage coming out there. Has anybody else seen an Andro swap? I haven't seen a single Andro swap this entire game. Defensive or offensive. And all I've seen is Andro warding well and then dying, but maybe it's just because these fights have been so broken up. We're going to see damage coming out into Rally. There goes the use of that. No arrow, though. Woo! Rally gets away. That's, again, calling this timing. And there goes that Valkyrie, just melts. She finally gets to eat a little bit of damage, and that's all it took. Magnus having a real problem. This would have been a perfect opportunity for him to drop an Eruption in, but he doesn't really get off these easy portal keys. There's so many ways for them to stop it. They're looking for Geomancer. Ooh! Wow, Nymphora. I don't think she knows just how close that Zeal stun was. Geomancer walks away. It's one of those times. They might need to reconsider their strategy. On Legion, you can tell that they don't want to take this super late, but they're just not as effective as initiating. it's a difficult game for either team to really take the initiation, but to counter, to follow up on a bad initiation has been successful for Hellborn to get themselves back into this game. Corrupted Disciple now completing that Dawnbringer. Geomancer is forced to use Dig defensively, backing out, but Pebbles could be in trouble. Doesn't get the Shrunken Head activated. The Compel will buy him a little bit of time, and the Volatile Pod combined with that Rally Call is enough to keep him alive. They finish off Andromeda, and the Valkyrie Prism going to be used. Balfagor, not the ideal target, though. A lot of spells going to be used. Magma's channeling that Eruption. Goes in with the blind blink and no Lav Surge follow-up because of the Shrunken Head. So a bold play there by Squad Bomb, but again, we're not seeing any synergy of these ultimates. Crystal Field, Eruption, Lava Surge, Dig, Call to Arms, Pitfall. 6 AoE abilities, 4 of which have stuns, 5 of which have stuns. And if those are coordinated on even 2 or 3 targets, they're going to win the team fight handedly. I don't know if Hellborn's just doing a great job staying split, or there's just a little bit of miscommunication, but Donalvo Brigada's starting to lose everything that they've built that was going for them early on in this game. Big items coming out, though. Pebbles, yeah, again, the Shrunken Head pickup, Rally, the Portal Key, which just makes all your Compel Seismic Slams that much easier with gap closers. Balfagor bulking up, probably building towards that Staff of the Master. He's got a ways to go. And M4 is sitting on the same items, picks up a Casual Vestments herself. Probably just based on the fact that this Geomancer has been backline harassing her the whole time. Noteworthy, Geomancer picks up an Arcana. I'm not sure what he could be going for right now. Hellflower seems kind of trivial, but maybe useful. Both heroes grabbing an Arcana. That's one for the Gladiator as well. Valkyrie hasn't picked up a new item in a while since she finished that Geometer's Bane. Hellborn Kongor attempt being made here, and this time the Legion team doesn't want to let it go. You see they put enough. They don't have the vision they had last time, but the Geomancer was inside of that ward. Arrow coming out, doesn't connect. Good vision finally up on this Mesa from what you got, alerting them to the presence. And that is the Valkyrie Prism used. The Legion team making an attempt here, but Hellborn just heals up at the pod. They get right back down to it. They're in a position to maybe go for 2 Kongors if they think they need it. There goes the Valkyrie Arrow, 5 seconds onto Rally, but they're all so far away. Very, very quick Kongor kill. And you can tell they got that confidence. They're feeling it right now. They're on their way to the losers bracket finals. Already up 1 game. This will be it if they can continue this.
Kongor has been slain.
Kongor kill for the Legion side, netting that gold bonus and minor buffs. But at this point, it's getting dangerous. Corrupted Disciple is almost untouchable in his current state. It's just things you can't get this hero to, but they're looking for a pick. Another Valkyrie Prism going to be used. Arrow goes out in the vicinity, but no real targets available. Nymphora is going to use... Oh, no, they didn't use an Nymphora ultimate yet. They're all just walked down here to bottom lane, which means they still have it available to rejoin a skirmish perhaps at top if this becomes a base race situation. I really wouldn't want a base race against a Balfagor and a Nymphora, but... and a Pebbles for that matter, tossing. You see, Hellborn showing some respect. They know they've got this game in the bag if they don't make any huge mistakes. Nobody's showing on the map for Legion's side. They're going to back off and play this one safe. Even though we damn well know that it's going to take a lot for the other team to lose this. Or shift these tides, I'm sorry. So the Bound Eye on Geo. He's camped out here. Maybe we're going to see them finally pull together and drop these massive AoE abilities on the same targets. I can't tell if it's the playstyle or what, but I'm missing it. A lot of these Legion team abilities, the swap, haven't really seen it come into effect so much. But that's sometimes that's the name of the game. You got 2 big portal keys. Rally and Pebbles kind of just hanging back until they see the right moment to strike. Rally's in the area. What is a little greedy here? Magma's gonna blink and miss. They're gonna break down. They're gonna catch him here. Lava Surge down the hill. Rally's off the map right now. Cheating drops the Cosmic Slam onto Magnus. It's going toe-to-toe, hit for hit, but Rally has no support. And they have all the support in the world. Rally going off the map. You're disqualified from the tournament. I'm just kidding. A nice little pick off there for the Legion side. Let's see what it does. Bolstering their confidence. They're going to look to clean up one of the 2 remaining outer towers. That being said, they changed their mind. They're going to back off. Prism activated. Here we go. Lava Surge. This is the opening they've been hoping for. Onto Pebbles, but it's only one person. He activates the Shrunken Head, so none of the abilities come in. Now Hell on Neworth forcing everybody to back off. Geomancer can only run as he has nothing left to do. Everybody on this Hellborn team just chasing them down one at a time. Dismantling them. That's also a dead Andromeda. Arrow comes in, eating by a minion, and they are all full health, full mana. Major cooldowns expended by the Legion team. No Magnus to be seen. And Magnus is a 15 assist, so he's been there. He's been in the party. Valkyrie leaps in using that showdown from Gladiator. You see the ineffectiveness of these arrows. They're so hard to land. Magnus Eruption onto one target, and it's the beefy big boy Corrupted Disciple. Just a severe lack of coordination. No showdown into arrow. We're not seeing anything like that. Showdown into arrow, into a 5-second swap somebody behind your tower. Like, they have the tools, but there's just so much to account for. They're doing a good job of clearing the waves, though. That I will say. This is where they shine. It's much easier for them to defend up on this high ground and set up skills. But this point had to happen. And now it's just a matter of Hellborn team trying to push up the hill a couple of times. And then when they drop vision and they go for a target, they got to feel this out and find out what the best form of initiation is. But they are whittling the tower down little by little. Nice job, Balfagor staggering his minions so they don't get the pitfall on the minions and the creep wave. Magnus comes in with a Lava Surge. 3-man now. It's a crystalline field. Rally gets locked down. Will he come back to life before he gets any spells off? Unfortunately, what looked like a great initiation just wasn't enough. There's no follow-up if the whole team doesn't come down on them. Hellborn team, again, they will heal back to full. Even Rally stays alive. And the Satanic or Symbol of Rage on Corrupted Disciple nearing completion. There it is. Master's Legacy on Staff of the Master for Pebbles. And I don't know who he gave it to. Maybe Rally for a gigantic cone seismic slam. Swappo aggressive on the Pebbles, but he's got that shrunken head. He is fearless. Just starts punching them with his big meaty rock hands. Hellborn team's going to retreat back here. Andro does have swap available. Nope, she doesn't. Check Testa. I keep looking at these damn Andromeda illusions. So not used to our ulti spawning that. Meanwhile, 5-second arrow onto Rally. These Valkyrie arrows have been such on point, and he's still 14-1. But it's one of those things that Valkyrie isn't. Oh, Magnus channels an Eruption Lava Surge. That's decent onto CDM. Balfagor, 5-second follow-up onto Corrupted. Do they have enough damage to punish that? The pod, though, will come through. Andy has a Symbol of Rage. He's just going to activate it. Panty Suck's going to be pouring these auto attacks, fully regenerating himself back to full health. Valkyrie looks to finish Rally. She will get that pick off, so a decent exchange for Legion side. And we're starting to see some of that synergy. They only connected on the 2 heroes there with the big combos, and just that alone made the fight look completely different. Hellborn team, instead of standing their ground, healing up and fighting, they're on the retreat. Maybe they look to punish here with a turnaround, but they steal the Bound Eye. I'm not sure what else they could be doing here. think they know that's the Magnus. Is going to get spotted out. Lava Surge sets up the 5-second arrow, but that was just in time to save Balfagor. Not that he was in any immediate danger. After all that, one melee barracks falls in the top lane, and all of a sudden, the Legion team was on the aggressor there. So they do have what it takes to win these fights, but I will say it took a lot to kill just the 1 or 2 targets there. Valkyrie working toward a wing bow. Where she will become a formidable force. By the time you leap in and you're pouring out those auto attacks, yes, this hero does hurt when she clicks you. The Hellborn team just grouping up here. Any major pickups we need to notice? Balfagor grabs a Gnome's Wisdom. A lot of spellcasters on his team, so that aura will help. This just kind of grants them that extra sustain. Where did he give the Master's Legacy? Oh, he gave it to Balfagor. So that Hell on New Earth, I figured that's what he would do. I do like it on Rally too. But yeah, Balfagor, just all you got to do is sit up there, stack up these charges, and no blink on him yet, so he's just going to have to energize his way into positioning. But we see a rotation made. Magnus trying to get in position. There is a ward up on the Legion side, so they see this people veiled rotted on top of each other, on top of the Valkyrie Prism. Rally almost spotting them out there. So here's the problem they've run into last time they tried to push. But this time they have the benefit of top lane's going to be pushing it itself in. Somebody's going to have to back up and defend that wave. This could be an opening for them to put some pressure on the tower. Just kidding. They will back out. Kongor has respawned for them. Seeming like they're strong enough to take Hellborn Kongor and Nymph TP, take the other one. That's a... Is there no 42-minute rune? I thought I was going to see where that ended up. Checking everybody here. Okay, I noticed Legion team's actually going to be the first ones to take this Kongor. Hellborn instead clearing out their jungle of any wards. Sheepstick now on Pebbles. So going for that extremely useful disable item. And that's a smart play. And it's a very team-oriented play. And a lot of people maybe go for the demonic breastplate or something like that to kind of just make yourself hit that much harder. But one extra lockdown, I mean, almost all of their damage is coming from Valkyrie, so maybe that's his target. He gets the sheep off before the Geobane. And that kind of it. You see arrows sailing in left and right, trying to keep tabs on what the Hellborn team's doing. Quite obvious. We'll see who can make the most out of this Kongor buff. Storm Spirit picked up onto Rally. The Hellflower, #1, completed on Gladiator. This 40-minute Kongor hitting like a truck. Gladiator almost goes down. 100 HP. See, the Hellborn team much healthier after that engagement. The sustain that they have from the gnomes, the spell casting, the pod, and just the all-around armor stack. They've got decent amount of auras. Very nice indeed, and they're going to go and do a bit of de-warding. He doesn't check the most common ward spot, though, so they're still going to be fighting against really good vision. Hunter getting the most out of this ward, and he's going to de-ward the de-ward. It's a game of inches here. It's Balfagor. Still no new item pickup. There's a nice wave about to push top, so if they can time this right, they can do some damage to the base. Legion team's going to have to ignore that wave at the top. They might lose a barracks. Prism comes out. There goes the tower damage. The quick nuke. Little by little, They start to whittle down the tower. It's a really tricky spot. Hellborn team can easily get wiped by the Wombo combo. Top lane. So this is the chance. The Valkyrie rotating in the top lane to defend that. It's kind of your opportunity to make a move, but you're so quick about it. There's another wave spawning top, this time with a catapult. 5-second arrow connects on an M4. Will Legion team do anything about this? No Andro swap, no nothing. They're going to let it happen. Let the chips fall again. This impending wave top, which is the benefit of getting that first barracks. It's going to make it Legion. It seems like it's going to be the only opening because we're at a bit of a stalemate. But somebody's going to have to clear that wave top or that barracks is going to fall. Keep their attention down here. This is very well played, very patient game by the Hellborn. They realize that entire Hellborn team is in their base. They're not getting any gold. They're up 20k at this point. And the Pebbles toss and the minion spam is just enough to honestly just put one minion on the tower and then toss the rest of the minions onto that minion. Oh, there we go. They're going to swap Pebbles in, but he's going to get activated. Compel, keep him back. The Storm Spirit also avoiding the pitfall. Rally, an ultimate support hero in this moment. Cetalidium survives all of this engagement, and now he's able to jump in, dropping down on the Valkyrie with that sheep stick, activating a shrunken out of his zone. This was so calculated by the Hellborn team. Everything going according to plan, and two of the major heroes fall for Legion's side. No buybacks available. Done over, but gotta calls the concede vote. You gotta hand it to Bust No GG here. They stuck through this game when it looked like a 12-0 Valkyrie was dominating them, fought their way back in, and executed it perfectly to the finish. And their reward for that is they will continue on to the next game where they will be fighting. Is it Team Tim? Arch rivals from the previous cycles. And these are going to be back-to-back action all day. We're going to see if Bust No GG can battle their way all the way up to facing Doghouse in the grand finals of Cycle 3. That was one hell of a game. Can't wait to see what's up next. Stay tuned, guys, for the second series. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the action. The Cycle 3 Losers Bracket Finals. It's Busk No G coming off a hot series against Team Tim, who got knocked down here yesterday. I am Matthew Madical, joined by none other than Dutch Ownage. We're going to be bringing you the action today. How you feeling about this series?
Good, yeah. I actually just caught the last piece of the last cycle. I was out for the afternoon, but it looked fun. The What You Got team, I don't think or what is called Busk No GG. They didn't have a very strong start, I believe, but they're actually coming in quite strong. They won last series, how to call it, 2-0, right?
Yeah, they've pretty handedly. The first game snowballed with the Valkyrie. Second game, a rough bit of a start, but a nice comeback, and then it was all over from there. That being said, I've seen them struggle against Team Tim for all of the cycles pretty much. This is definitely one of their top rivals, and they're going to have to be on the top of their game.
Hey. So the first game you said they... and that was then the Busk No GG that picked up the Valkyrie.
Yep.
Because Valkyrie has seen a surprising amount of love this tournament, which did come slightly out of nowhere for me. I've seen some players, Immaboy comes to mind, he had some success with the Valkyrie in a solo core situation. Although I think the hero is definitely much more suited for like a dual-esque core situation.
I definitely agree with you there.
We saw like in the last game where the Nova Brigade, or just I'm gonna call it Kevin's team. Kevin's team actually ran the Valkyrie as a solo core, which I don't think the hero is very suited for.
It's up in there. They definitely feel some kind of threat enough to ban her out first, along with Corrupted and Lodestone.
Yeah, I think specifically the movement speed from the ultimate is what makes the Valkyrie so good nowadays. Because just Invis, generally speaking, it's good enough to like get away in some situations. It definitely forces your opponent to buy dusts and to buy rewards and that kind of stuff, which is actually a significant cost that you may have to keep in mind whenever you're playing against like an Invis hero. It's those things don't come free usually. But like the Kevin's team, did they run? Oh, sorry, no. What You Got's team picked up the Valkyrie in the first game. You said, right?
Yeah, so both teams have played it, and you're absolutely right. The Prism was the main factor that was really setting up all kinds of rotations, and teams just weren't ready for it once you hit that 6 early. Luckily, we won't have to deal with it this game, and we're almost here through the draft, so let's take a look at what we got going. No. Believe me, I understand. She has been impactful this tournament, so
I do have one question still, though. Was the Valkyrie run in a solo situation, as a solo core, or more dual core by the other team, by the Busk No GG
team? Yeah, it was run pretty much, I believe, in a solo core. They paired her with Pandemonium, though. He's kind of like a dual core, but that was basically their second core, and then they had Nymphora and Balfagor.
I like that, because with the Panda just like locks down their carry. I'm just gonna assume for now that they didn't have like a superior cancel for the Panda. But with the Panda, you don't have to worry about the other carry attacking you, because the Panda is generally gonna be able to just lock him down. So in that case, I like it. But what we saw last game was that the Valkyrie just wasn't much of a hard carry enough to carry against the Corrupted. But yeah, I agree. Enough about last game. We do see quite some good teamfight potential coming out from Busk No GG. Now I do know that What You Got team does love the Balfagor. They also love the Flux a lot. That's inside information I've heard from one of my teammates. And
maybe.
what's from what I've seen is the strategy that team Busco GG is going for, generally speaking, is a very team fight oriented playstyle.
It is, and it worked awesomely last game, but I've seen them use this strategy against Imboboy's strategy, and it just seems like the Team Tim is great at just avoiding the team fights, really. They'll split up on the map, they'll take what farm they can get, they'll keep up great wards and avoid it. I am worried about that, and I know I've seen this FA Mag Andro tri-lane. That is something that is extremely terrifying. If it's Balfagor up there, you know, he's a little bit tankier, but that's going to be a tough one for him.
Yeah, against Team Sim, generally speaking, they have a very set pattern of how they play. So they have Imboy, in this case, Vulcan not playing? Alright.
He is being replaced by Starfish in this one. And
Okay.
one moment, I do just want to mention to everybody that this tournament is brought to you in entirety by Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and others. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge your events of all levels. From your community grassroots to the Tier 1 professional events. Experience that for yourself at communitygaming.io, or make sure you join their Discord for more information. It's a great place to follow along. Also, Polydoge, another sponsor here. They're a digital currency, crypto with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. This offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders. You get some NFTs, apps, airdrops, and exclusive access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on that Polygon network. You can experience that at polydoge.com. If you guys sign up for any of these things and show attention, the sponsors might even increase that $10,000 prize pool that they've put for this HoN finale. So that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, Series 2 Losers Bracket Finals coming at you.
Sorry, I tried to zoom out, but I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god. So anyway, you said that the Magmus Andromeda Forsaken Archer tri-lane is strong. I'm not saying it that much. It's definitely not weak. I don't think it's weak, but is it necessarily that strong?
Only, I liked it in the try versus try. Let's say that, because I mean, how do you get away from those 3 stuns at level 1? You're definitely, if you have a support there, they're gonna fall immediately. And last time I seen these guys in with these 3 exact heroes, they just punished it over and over, and the other team never even really rotated. So that's what I'm basing it off of. Balfagor, a little different story. He can kind of hang back and play a little bit safer. It's not
what I
punish.
what I don't like in that situation is that he actually kept the pool open, I think.
Bombardier running.
Oh.
Monkey King's got that Heavenly Vault, but can he get in range?
Oh, and that's... No, they're not gonna get that kill. But yeah, the Glacier's Prism is very dangerous level 1. It does 85 damage per second for 1.5 seconds at level 1. So that is approximately 135-ish damage level 1. It's a very dangerous skill. And that's, I think, the power of the Glaciers in general. The Q does like 110 damage level 1. And the W 150 almost.
Yeah, up against a single target for sure.
Yeah, and it's just so much damage early on. Like a lot of the other strong supports that we know, like say for example an Engineer, they're very powerful, but they don't have the same level of burst damage that something like a Glaciers has. The issue often is getting in close with the Glaciers, because Glaciers naturally is quite slow, only 290 base movement speed, which is one of the slower ones. And the W, the Glaciers, the Ice Imprisonment only has 500 range, which is like your hard CC as the Glaciers, which makes it kind of hard to initiate with the Glaciers, which makes me wonder how exactly they caught the Bombardier.
He was way out of position. I don't know if it was a misclick, but by the time I clicked him mid, he was at like 30% HP up on the hill.
Yeah. I saw that, but no, he gets there somehow in that situation. I feel like he should just be sitting on his cliff, because the Monkey King also was still level 1 at that point. He only had the vault. He didn't have the dash yet, because the normal Monkey King combo is like dash vaults and back, and then vault through it again and vault him back again. Or dash through him again and vault him back again. But then like you can actually vault him back twice. But if you only have the vaults, it's hard to vault someone back twice.
Yeah.
Anyway, about the tri-lane still. I feel like a Magmus in a tri-lane is always kind of dangerous. Because I've seen what you got to run a tri-lane with the Magmus, and then in addition to the Magmus, they picked either, I believe, the Moira or the Nymph-4. Now, what those two heroes provide in that situation is the Magmus stuns in. At that point, Magmus is in a really dangerous situation, right? Magmus is free food at that point. The Nymphora heal, or Nymphora heal bomb, allows the Magmus to just kind of stand in there. And like, Nymphora heal bomb, I believe, heals for 160 HP level 1 and deals the same amount of damage, which makes the Magmus not really a target you want to actually put pressure on at that moment. And the Moira stun just allows the Moira...
Bottom lane. Got some action in here as Rally teleports in and drops the Compel. FA taking a lot of damage, but Belphegor forced to retreat. If he can get in the trees and pop that health potion, he does, but it's immediately broken by one auto attack from Andro. He could be in trouble here. He has Pathogen and Regurgitate, but he's not casting it for some reason. Could be regenerating spells right now, but it looks like he may go for the kill. Andromeda gets the Comet stun, but at the cost of her own life. Trading off, and again, some action at the top. Rune looks like. Not sure who. Bombardier went down there. Magnus in no man's land. A lot of action breaking out here.
Magnus dying to...
Suicide Tower.
Yeah, I feel like Magnus could have easily ran to the neutrals near the hard camp to get denied there by neutrals instead, because he does deny to Legion, but the money is still given to the Legion team here.
That's true. Maybe just prioritizing wanting to get back in the lane and help his team out. Legion pulling ahead here after those few exchanges. 5 kills up, 2,000 gold advantage, seeming out of nowhere.
Yeah. The Belphegor, or sorry, the rally rotation there on the Forsaken Archer and the Andromeda is turned out to be very successful, which...
Sat taking high damage up in the top lane.
That surprised me a little bit that it was actually successful. One thing I don't like here is whenever you are against an enemy that has like creeps or minions or whatever, I really like to get a shield, a buckler, even on a ranged hero. So I really would like the FA to pick up the Iron Shield here, because it mitigates so much of the damage from those minions.
Definitely could come in handy here. I don't think she's used to that much pressure. A lot of times it's been their... I've only seen once where they prioritize killing the heck out of him. A lot of times they kind of just let him do his thing for the most part. He stays so well protected.
Yeah, no, that's the... Just like I was talking about this with my team a little bit. I think the secret strategy to winning against Team Tim is to focus Mate. I always notice that whenever Mate or Aha or the Bombardier here, whenever he has a bad game, the rest of his team suffers.
Alright, keep an eye on mid lane here. Monkey hiding in the woods, and Haha's already been dropped twice, opting not to dash through.
It's definitely something that I think maybe they have also picked up, picked up upon, because I've seen them in more recent games compared to like the last couple of cycles. I've seen them put a lot more pressure in the mid lane on that in.
He did have a rough start, but here he is down bottom trying to make something happen. Leading with the Comet Sun. Ooh, the Compel forces the wasted airstrike. That's the strength of Rally here.
Yeah, good positioning by the Rally. Although he does leave the Flux solo in the top lane against the Electrician. Although I do actually think that the Flux is one of the few heroes that can actually do kind of alright against that. Oh. But yeah, what I was gonna say was one of the weaker aspects. Oh, but actually 5 people in the bottom lane right now.
I know that it is so uncharacteristic of them. And, you know, Magnus started in the tri-lane. He's level 2, but here comes the Rally Compelled. They're going to immediately melt the Glacius, but not the strongest of targets. Balfagor eating that piercing arrows. The Flux pulls him in. There's the big damage. Interrupted, though. Monkey King hasn't got anything off yet. There goes a couple of dash and a vault. They're focusing on the FA at this point. Hopefully, they're going to finish this off. That would be very worth it. Unfortunately, no. The FA locks him down, gets around the corner with 10 HP. They will find her in the end, and now it's been so long that Glacius respawn, TP'd in, drops the stun on Mag, and now Bombardier is forced to try to retreat. Will he get out? A game of inches here. Rally, though, gonna fall to Andromeda too. All these heroes so close.
3 seconds for Glacius Q, but no boots. Oh, just missed. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the Monkey King had haste there, and actually the Monkey King hasting into that team fight is very good, but he sadly didn't actually take the time to, after his combo was done, the powerful thing about like a Monkey King there is run out, bottle up, heal up, and then go back in, right?
Yeah, especially with a haste. It kind of sucks. He poured in, got immediately lava surged, and it kind of disrupted everything.
Yeah. And also the Legion side here decided to take the team fight with lane missing, mid lane missing. They knew the Bombardier was there. They knew 4 people were there. And they still decided to take that team fight, right?
Right. Rally coming in with the Compel, interrupted though. Oh, Magnus.
Top lane.
Action there. They do get the pick off onto FA. That's the one they wanted. Now Andro, and they're going to make this a very painful trade.
Yeah, that was an Invis Monkey King. Invis Monkey King just sneaking up on there. The Flux TPing in, and FA and Andro thought they were safe, just standing there. But nothing less was true. The Monkey King can put out so much damage early on. It's such a powerful hero.
And he's got an incredible start.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, Mate has the Bombardier player here, he has the tendency to, whenever he is not doing so well, he has the tendency to sit back and farm a lot.
He's just wanted to clear the creep wave, and they make quick work of him. It's so hard to recover on a hero like Bombardier, though. Like, he's easily punished. Well, if they focus you like that, it is.
Yeah, but like Bombardier can recover really easily with stacks and with the amount of magic damage I think. But oh, top lane, that might be that Flux.
He has a full battery charge, and just the nature of this tanky strength hero might be enough to keep him alive.
Oh, and the Andro swap was just on cooldown for a couple more seconds. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, the Mate actually has the tendency to farm a lot when he's behind and take a lot of space that could have maybe, you know, otherwise gone to the carry player. But what he did here early on was actually something that I don't see him do very often. I do really like. He actually went to the bottom lane to try and set up a kill there instead of staying middle and just being food for the enemy team. It didn't work out. That sucks, but it was still a really good play, I think. And we see the Monkey King and with another haste rune. He seems
they
to
get
be...
this ward behind the tower. They know everything that's going on here. They see all 3 heroes. They know they've got 4 here.
And Bombardier smoking up bottom. I really like this. He's definitely like trying to be more active right now, which is something I do like from him. They actually should know that they're 5 people top, and that's a dead Andro there. And oh, Balfagor actually porting out. That's really heads up play from him. He does not have any wards there, so I don't think they actually saw him being there whatsoever, but he still decides to port out and just not risk it. Well played by him.
Good game sense, make all the heavy rotation down there. This is something we've seen them do earlier. A lot of times when you group up this many players in the push, a team like Team Tim will split the map like we were saying and capitalize on the gold, but Balfagor is so strong at pushing towers early game, like
yeah, but
on par with Ophelia at this point. Like, this is a melting here in a few seconds. It's not even a waste.
Look at FA right now.
Mid lane, some action.
Sorry.
Yeah, Glacius.
But look at FA right now. So they stacked their entire jungle. And thank you, says FA.
and he just wiped it out.
I like the idea. The execution is a little bit less, because like the enemy has stacks, you have stacks, so you just take your stacks, then go to the enemy jungle. But now they left the stacks there, and yeah, that's thank you SSFA. I don't know how much his GPM increased, but that
was a lot. Yeah.
At 12-minute mark, 2 triple stacks, like in the blink of an eye, that is definitely a lot. And still no Iron Buckler on a Fae, which I'm not the biggest fan, but it can work. And yeah, they did steal a stack on the hard camp from the Hellborn, because Bombardier actually has been stacking that. He does steal a lot with like heroes like Sephorus, like all those heroes that can easily farm and those stacks. He stacks the pool the medium camp there and the hard camp near the top rune. And then
taking some heavy damage on in the bottom lane. They use the Seismic Slam and the Glacius ult. He's not a hard target to kill, but he's high level and worth a lot of gold if they can get this off. Will they continue the chase? No response from the Hellborn team. And the Capella in 1 second. Monkey King vaulting over the tower. Zane is so close. Gold bounty going.
Oh, mid lane. Zati might be dead here.
Flux, though, he does have that Astrolabe and a battery. Can he no discharge available? Doesn't even get a chance to pop the Astro off.
Ooh, and Mate actually pushing top lane there. I like the fact that he's not actually taking too many stacks here, because they have the FA. The FA is way better at just clearing stacks slowly and not necessarily that great at just pushing out lanes fast. Because if you're thinking about a hero that can like push lanes insanely fast, then I'm thinking of something like a Soul Stealer. Something that can use 2 spells, wave is gone. But the FA just does a lot of damage, but constantly, not in bursts.
It's not a burst.
While Bombardier definitely does bursts. So I like the Bombardier just nuking waves and nuking split pushing that way, and then the other, like the FA just jungling in this case, and they actually does kind of sacrifice the jungle for the FA right here. So I do think that's good. And Bombardier actually going spell shards level 1.
FA has really, ever since you mentioned taking that triple stack, just snowballed out of control. Her farm now pushing up to 500, caught up to Monkey King, and this a level 11, 2 piercing shards. Let's see how they go for MK here, bursting out huge damage. Nothing he can do there.
Nope. Good smoke play from them. Heads up. And yeah, they have
Rally in the works. Surging Magnus in, but really, wow, Rally's got that compel distances himself.
Yeah, and the electrician is also really hard to kill, because while the Glacius does of course put out a lot of damage, a lot of the damage comes actually from the Ice Imprisonment, which is only on the mobile eyes, meaning that he can just, or any disarm, I stand corrected, but it means that he can easily still purge himself with his ultimate.
Yeah.
And not only does that remove the Ice Imprisonment, it also removes any slow and gives him a huge chunk of movement speed. So Electrician does seem to be quite an effective tool against something like a Glacius, at least once you pop the 6. But yeah, they kind of did this to themselves, I feel, because FA
Andrew
farms. Oh.
Watching, there you go. He didn't know he had the whole team behind him though. So Glacius will die, but the hell on Neworth wreaking havoc on Andromeda.
Yeah, was that his ultimate actually? Yo, that was his ultimate, you're absolutely right. And they're trying to take some stacks quickly before...
Rally Blink Dagger now on the menu with the Seismic Slam. Doesn't quite finish Bombardier, but there are people nearby. Doesn't get enraged for that Corrosive Breath yet, but I don't think they're going to need it. Nice Flux pull.
Yeah, and the minions here actually applying like a stacking movement speed slow. It's not like insane, it's like 4% per charge or something, but it does stack, so...
Oh, that adds up. Absolutely.
Yeah. Or, I'm not sure if it's exactly 4%, but it is a movement speed slow that the minions provide. Yeah, it's actually, no, it is 4% movement speed per charge. So Balfcore might actually be in trouble here.
He does. He just activated that armor virtually meaningless, though, but they look to change that. Nice pull by Flux, getting the max damage out on that charge, and Monkey King not far behind. FA gonna pour out auto attacks. get at least a counter kill. But Monkey King, look at the build he went. Bulked up, Shaman's Headdress and Sackstone, making sure that he doesn't die so easily anymore.
Yep. And that is a good... I like the pickup, because FA does output a lot of damage, magic damage. Sorry, physical damage, especially with the Nullfire pickup, which I do really like. But also a lot of magic damage still. The piercing arrows, the skeleton E ability of the FA, the Q, it's all magic damage. And the shamans is always gonna get like insane value against those kind of carries. The same thing like whenever you're playing as a Ravenor, the Ravenor is only gonna be outputting magic damage, so even in the later stages of the game, the shamans is still valuable. But he is going for Lightbrand here, which I know like Busk loves the Dawnbring on the Monkey King. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it in this situation. I think Sorry?
Could there be something between the fact that Sackstone increases healing and then the Lightbrand increases the magic healing?
Yeah, no, not really. It's non-dot, so it's like the Lightbrand itself doesn't actually heal. The Lightbrand dot doesn't actually heal the Monkey King. And the only magic damage that the Monkey King actually has besides that is the... And I'm gonna butcher the name. It's One Jin Slam.
Perfect. I think that's...
Is it Chinese? I think it's Chinese, right?
I would imagine.
I think Monkey King is a Chinese myth, but yeah, every Chinese person just cringed visibly. But oh, they got bomb tower. Should I go ahead? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say they made quick work of that tower. Magnus just got his portal key too. It's on the way.
Actually, I was surprised by the rally getting such an early PK. And rally also maxing the roar. That's not something you see very often. I like personally, I always max the E. Because I think it's just more damage in general for as long as you also hit the ultimate, because the E, the passive, it decreases or ignores the enemy armor, or makes you ignore the enemy armor.
Right.
But and like the W only adds like 40 physical damage per application of the W. But I can imagine that maybe in the early game. Oh, a fight is brewing actually.
Yes, it is. They've got vision here by Andromeda's wards. They're going to see it. Not the ideal target. Balfagor taking some damage here, but the double nice Lava Surge stun. Flux going to look to pull everybody in, hopefully, but no, immediately melted. Rally comes in on the sides of the ground, looking to finish that. Oh my god, it's a double damage. FA pouring in 300 per shot. Disaster striking for Busk no GG. I got to imagine that's not how they hoped that Kongor
that was
went.
Like beyond unfortunate. I don't know if you realize what happened there, but the FA actually just got his Shrunken delivered, so that was used during the team fight. So he just had a Shrunken. They picked up the double damage rune from the top lane. The Legion team going in there without getting any kind of vision up is greedy, to say the least, and ballsy. Right. The more unfortunate thing actually was the Balfagor getting initiated upon by the Magmus, and Rally thought that they were going to initiate on the Balfagor. He pushed the Balfagor to the left, to the Flux, but instead of actually getting him out of trouble, he got him into trouble because the Flux was actually the target of the Forsaken Archer, who ultimated and crippling volleyed him. So instead of just the Flux getting ultimated there, they both instantly got annihilated.
Bombardier, they're going to look to burst him down quickly. That's why he wanted that Blink Dagger. But I think in general, they're building around this Flux Discharge, right?
Mag ultimate.
Oh, Magnus, Eruption. Wait, did he? Oh, he didn't have Eruption. So he goes down. Balfagor drops a Hello Newerth out onto Andromeda. FA, though, scaring Flux off. He's going to have to take his time and bite back in here. Magnus doesn't fall to the Glacial Downpour.
Monkey King still close, and he is... Oh, yeah, that's...
This Imba Boys Nullifier Blade stripped all of the mana from Flux. He didn't even have mana to use the Astrolabe or any abilities, even with a Blood Chalice.
And that is the power of the Nullifier Blade these days. So you have like a couple of heroes, Rally, actually 4 heroes here. The Balfagor, the Monkey King, the Flux, and the Rally, who are all extremely mana dependent with a low mana pool to do what they want to do, especially like the Monkey King. A Monkey King without mana is not that scary. And you actually saw that in the bottom lane as well when they just got the kill with the Electrician and the FA, and then the Monkey King manned up against the FA. But like within 3-4 seconds, he's out of mana. And then what do you have? Well, a Monkey King without mana is just not that scary. And this is also the reason why I would like the Monkey King not to go for this Dawnbringer build here before the Shrunken. Because if you pop the Shrunken, the Nullifier Blade does actually not drain any mana.
Slasky gonna spot out Zane here. No, that's a very good point. The itemization here.
Oh, mid lane.
Definitely going in favor of Team Tim. Flux, he's such a strong hero, and Sat likes to play that up in your face game, but he is getting punished here. It sucks.
Yeah.
He had such a strong start. He's still over 400 GPM, but I mean, Ember Boy's almost combined total of Monkey and Flux.
Flux doesn't really like flash farm like most other heroes do.
No.
It's more of like you get money and value through team fighting kind of hero. And something that is actually a big factor in this Flux dropping like a fly is also the Andromeda pick. Andromeda, the W, is so insanely strong. It does -6 armor at level 4, but not just for a little bit. It's got a 15 seconds cooldown and 14 seconds duration for the minus armor. It's I think mainly because of that, one of the strongest supports for a tri-lane, because if you have a tri-lane, you have level 1 W. Level 1 W decreases the enemy armor by -3, meaning that all your auto attacks do like 20% more damage at that point, just because they have minus armor.
It's so low mana cost, infinite ability to spam it. I hate nothing more than when somebody doesn't skill into Aurora.
Yeah, and I was actually surprised by that, because they didn't have the most physical damage in the bottom lane. I'll admit that, because like the FA early on doesn't really apply much physical damage. Mainly, the most damage comes from a crippling volley. So the Andro actually, instead of skilling or maxing the Q, the combat stun, she did actually choose to max the. She actually chose to max the combat stun instead of the aura there. But jumping the Monkey King.
Deep here, yeah. And Andro swap just to close the gap a little bit, but there is team support here. Glacia's tanking the gank again. He is not gonna likely survive this exchange.
Unleash your inner song, Bob. You can do it what you got.
That's a Shrunken picked up on Electrician. Not the most common pickup for that hero.
No, but I like it. They're gonna try to maybe get up a staff on the Balfagor again, and we actually saw this last game as well. The Balfagor staff is mainly extremely powerful because of that AoE silence that it does. It increases the range to like 1000 radius, I should say, sorry. It's not range, 1000 radius. And it applies, I believe, 2-second silence to everyone in that area. So, oh no, for 1.5 seconds. But that is a long silence for a big AoE. You basically have like a small level or a small low-level Vindicator there instead.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell that. I was surprised that they pressured that tower like that. There is a lot of AoE potential if this Legion team can get their act together.
But they have 2 Shrunkens now, right? So the Bombardier has to like sit way back. They're going.
Here goes Bombardier, Plique, stun in, and they follow up with everything, more than enough damage. And this has been the story when Sat has a bad game. His team doesn't really have his great initiations to follow up on. They're on their back foot 26 minutes into this game.
Yeah, but they picked like a team fighting team, and they don't really have the potential to team fight them anymore. So a hero like Flux is only powerful when you can actually team fight, when you can use his crowd control abilities as they are going in, actually.
Yeah, they target on Electrician. I think Belfagor was just trying to build up some New Earth stacks, and really came in the back line. Yeah, got Bombardier, but
that's a good target to go on, though. But Monkey King, not having Shrunk in there.
A lot of damage, absolutely not. The silence goes out on the FA, and they got a lot of damage. It's a big hill on New Earth. Mbappe walks away with 20 HP.
Yeah, that sucks to see if you're Legion. And that was a fight all without the flux, because and this is one of the things that I gotta credit Imboy with. He made so many early plays by just smoking up, running to a lane, and killing there with his brother Zane. Just making those plays. I personally, as like a carry player, I do that significantly less often. I think that is also part of the reason what makes like Imboy such an amazing carry player, is that he actually sees those opportunities and goes for them. And instead of just farming, he chooses to get those easy ganks in as well. And you just don't really expect them that much, because it's like an FA, it's not a puppet master. It's not really a hero that is technically or iconically a gank hero.
That's going to be the match. One last effort there. Rally would have had a nice seismic slam, and the discharge was in the middle of the cast, but a crippling volley from none other than Imboy seals the deal, and they got punished with that team fight draft.
I don't know. No, I like the draft. I think honestly that the Legion side would have had this game had they not chosen to give like Imboy half their stack jungle. Because he had a bad game early on. He had like 300-ish GPM. The Belfagor was doing good. He was not really dying in the bottom lane. They were dodging their ganks. But all of a sudden, what happened was Forsaken Archer is a hero, much like Moon Queen, that the more farm he gets, the faster he takes stacks. So if you give FA like just a little bit of a head start, just a little bit of extra money, then all of a sudden, boom, he has a Nullfire Blade. And with that Nullfire Blade, he can farm stacks even faster. It's like, it's an exponential curve that a hero like FA makes, because he's not dependent on spells to clear camps, but on these actual auto attacks.
I mean, so, yeah, it's one of those things nobody would notice, but there's no denying from the time he pointed that out, FA only got stronger and took over the game from that moment. It's like a crazy mistake to let your triple stacks get stolen, and
yeah, it's they just surrendered them basically. And I think that is also with my old team, I played many times against a Draconis, and Draconis nowadays not really a hero you see too much in the game, thank God. But back when Draconis was more dominant, for lack of a better word, you could just not make stacks. And I told my team, just don't make stacks, because Draconis is just gonna roll into your jungle, press 1 Q, and everything that we stacked will die and go to him. So it's just not worth stacking. So just don't do it at all. Like, don't make any stacks. And that actually worked surprisingly well. It's like you're just not giving that extra value to the Draconis in this case. And in that case, maybe they should have done the same thing, or just better protect them. That's probably easier.
I don't think anybody could have foreseen what just happened there and how quickly things turned for them after that great start. But we'll see if they make any adjustments here. Game 2 coming up. BustNoG has one more chance to push this to a Game 3 and make their way to the grand finals. We're going to take a short break here. Stay tuned for the next match coming at you very, very shortly. Welcome back, citizens of New Earths, to the HoN Finality Paradise League Grand Tournament. We are at Game 2 in the Losers Bracket Finals of Cycle 3. Team Tim just took a match over Busk No GG. I'm Mathematical, joined by Dutch Ownage here. Going to be bringing the action today, see which of these teams advances to the Grand Final, and ultimately looks to take... This could be the first chance to take a nice lead on the overall leaderboards for one of these teams.
And to start off, we see instead of the Valkyrie being banned, we see Respect ban on the Forsaken Archer. And if we're talking about like carry heroes that can like easily solo core and easily farm like stacks and just snowball like crazy, then yeah, Forsaken Archer is one of those. I would much rather face a Valkyrie as a solo core than facing a Forsaken Archer as a solo core. So,
but what is it about these heroes? Like, there's so many carries in the game, and there's so many that we don't even see that are still viable. We saw a Chronos pick yesterday. We saw a Silhouette pick. Is there a reason that makes like FA and CD so uncounterable? Like, why? Why is it so hard to deal with these two?
Well, I think that what those heroes have more than, say, what Chronos has, is tri-lane presence. So currently, like, one of the dominant strategies to get like a fat carry is to have a tri-lane, because like it has been changing over the past, say, 5 years on like how good tri-lanes were, how good dual lanes were. There was some balance changes and what's not. Right. But since the map changed, like I think a couple of years ago, with the double pull, tri-lanes suddenly become a lot stronger because you could suddenly like control the lane much more. While back in the day, if you lost lane control, it was insanely hard to actually get it back.
You're in much vulnerable position. Okay,
yeah, exactly. Sense. So what you never want to do is be in a dual lane against a tri-lane, because then you have two heroes suffering against three heroes who are getting decent much. What you want to do is be against or like just put a single hero there to kind of like push out the tower. Don't let them get too much.
Suicide.
But just kind of suffer, right? Suffer so the rest doesn't have to suffer. So whenever you go like for a 2-2-1 like lane, you always put yourself in danger of being tri-lanes. Now, the exception to that is, of course, the mid lane. You can't actually put a tri-lane in the mid. Oh, you can. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm assuming it's not very good. But, you can't really put. You can put a dual lane in the mid lane, but you can't really put a tri-lane there. And then you can like run something like a 2-2-1 or whatever. But the dual lanes are always vulnerable to tri-lane action. And if you're running a tri-lane, you better make sure that you have the better tri-lane. Because if you lose a tri-lane, suddenly you lose a lot of farm on 3 heroes instead of just 1 hero if you lose like a single against a single. And what does Corrupted have in the tri-lane? Well, Corrupted has the Electric Tide, which is 800 range, one of the longer big range nukes of like any carry. At least that's easy to hit, which also does actually an insane amount of damage, because it deals level 1 deals 150 damage, level 2 does 230, and it just keeps adding up at that point.
So 3 heroes and a creep wave, yeah, can see
that is the power of Corrupted. The power of Valkyrie, I guess the arrow and the Q, it does a lot of damage.
Well, she picked up here. What do we think about this Valkyrie? I don't know that they're going to run her in a single core, but a Shadow Blade, that is a very feared hero with 6 slots.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't really flash farm though. It's just like it's the Shadow Blade is a bit of an interesting hero. For me, always.
Imba boy.
No, it's definitely a feared hero, but it's you can't really successfully run him in a tri-lane versus tri-lane situation, because the Shadow Blades, the stun got nerfed a while from his soul sight. So for the guys that don't know, the soul sight, the intelligence form actually has a stun on the first attack you make within the 5 seconds after going to the intelligence form. It used to be longer. It's only like level 1 is only 0.6 seconds now. It is still a stun and a range stun, which is good.
And
But-
channel interrupt, TP canceling, but
Yeah,
not
like
a lockdown
setting up
tool
in a
like it
tri
used to
lane.
be.
Just
Yeah.
setting up in the tri lane, right? Because just having a setup stun that's like that you cannot miss is so important. That's why I always like Shorkan, or my previous draft or my old team used to always pick up Master of Arms for the tri lane, because Master of Arms is one of the heroes with a 700 ranged stun, like single target stun, which is one of the best ways to initiate. Like there's no other hero, no other ranged support hero that has like a stun that is as reliable and as long range as Master of Arms.
Wow.
Now,
Okay.
yeah. So that's like what you have to think about, because the difference between 600 range and 600 range and 700 range is only 100 range, but it is really significant, because if you get out the first stun, then you can initiate before they do.
And a lot of times that's all it takes. That's
That
one
makes
person
a
getting this
difference.
and doesn't get their spells off, so it's essentially a 3 versus 2 if you pull the trigger.
Exactly.
Let's
And,
see.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to cut you off here, but this draft is making its way through, and I'm seeing 4. These things stand out to me. 4 melee heroes on the Legion side. It's a little unconventional. Do we?
They pick Devour now. I'm just giving the win to them. They deserve it. Yeah, need more range. Need more strength on that hero. More melee and more strength.
Come on. I mean, the Kraken though. Releasing the Kraken could be dangerous, and that kind of situation. They do got a couple escapes though. They got that very dangerous Lava Surge and the poor man's Lava Surge, which is Dig.
Yeah, and also I was thinking that maybe they were interested in picking up the Flux there again, because a Kraken ultimate into a Flux ultimate is such a powerful combo. And talking about, of course, the Legion draft. Yeah, you do have a point there that Magnus, Geomancer, and Moraxis are usually heroes that we only see one of in a team. And I think the reason for that we only see like one of them per team is because they have a certain amount of overlap. They're heroes that are like pretty powerful in the lane, then have some sort of drop off until the moment that they get their PK. And if you pressure them and don't allow them to get that PK, like another example of those heroes is like Behemoth, also weak until it gets PK. But if you pressure them and don't allow them to get their PK, suddenly they are really quite weak for an undisclosed amount of time, which you can capitalize on, which you can abuse, in which case you can take map control, pressure towers, do all that kind of stuff. But the pick that actually more sticks out to me is the Chi pick. And I think, if I know Beans, that is going to be a jungle Chi.
Okay. That being said, too, like they got to worry about that early momentum coming out from Legion team. Only thing going in their favor, they're already up 1 game, so they can kind of take this risky play that might throw what you got in the boys off of their game. I do like the Chronos pick, right? The big potential to get massive, huge ultimates.
Yeah, and they also saw that I think the Monarch was banned, if I'm not mistaken. It's usually banned. Let's just say that. And they didn't really have good support options left. So the 2 big Chronos counters are Andromeda with the swap, and the Moira with the, as Troltus so beautifully called it, the toilet. The Arcane Vortex, I think, is officially called. Sorry, I get distracted by the pause. And like those are the 2 big Chronos counters, and these days the Chi ultimate is really kind of awkward to hit, because it does like less damage the more to the side you are to them. Meaning that she really wants like his targets to be locked down when he presses his ultimate, and just so happens that Chronos is an extremely powerful lockdown, and Shadowblade with like insane attack damage late game is actually just gonna melt to the chi. All she has to do is like get spell shards, get an ultimate, get spell shards, get level 16, and then I'm pretty sure he can actually one-shot the Shadowblade, no matter what items he gets. Maybe if he goes like strength build, full strength build, then he could survive it, because 5k HP is hard to burst down. But I don't think he will, because it's just too weak in general. So
it's gonna be a sight to see, a sight to behold.
But yeah, we saw actually both supports, both the Geomancer and the Andro, TP to the lane, and they both placed the wards, and I don't actually think they know it from the other side that they placed that ward. Now we have a Valkyrie and an Andromeda in the top lane against what is going to probably be a Geomancer, Magnus, Shadowblade trialing. As I previously said, I don't think they run anything but this specific configuration of like Shadowblade. Sorry, of Imbaboy, Volca, and TP, or their support player.
It's exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, they only do that configuration. They're really inflexible, and how you can potentially abuse that inflexibility in their lineup, I don't know. If it was that simple,
It never is. It
never is. But it is something to note, and it is something that you can definitely, if you can abuse maybe if you pick like the right heroes and draft for it. But I don't think they have a very strong tri lane in the top lane. They have the Magnus, the Geomancer. They kind of stack up when they go in, because they both have like 2 stuns that actually force you to, go in. And then like suddenly you're very vulnerable to like AoE spells. The problem is that, well, it's dual lane in the top lane, so it's Valkyrie and Andromeda.
And something that's kind of standing out to me, there comes a point where your draft, it's so perfect, like the lanes are thought out, but then also it's kind of obvious. You're going up against a Magnus and a Geomancer. The awesome part of these stuns, a lot of times they can line up 2-man stuns pretty easily, but you gotta think they're gonna be so hyper aware of that, they're just gonna be having to focus on great positioning. They should, they're professional players, but it's like their strat is quite obvious what they're going for here, and maybe that will help them to counter it.
Yeah, and also the Magnus and the Geomancer, they're not the... Like, Magnus stun level 1 is only like 400 range, so he does actually need to get quite close. And a Geomancer dig is not that fast early on. So he cannot just stun from max range with a Geomancer. It's generally just not going to hit. So if you can kind of keep close to your tower, you should be relatively safe. Because the Magnus is the thing they kind of want to initiate with, right?
It's more reliable.
You have the Andromeda Aurora, and one great thing about Aurora is that it gives insane vision too. So if you just, I think I ran like in a trial lane with an Andromeda, and against like, I think Beans' team, who played a Magnus, Nymphora, either Corrupted or Valkyrie trial lane. And what I just asked from the Andromeda is just keep spamming your W, just spam your W. I just want to know where the Magnus is, so I can position myself. Because the Magnus was always sitting like on the left side of the lane. It was in the Hellborn short lane, so where the Andromeda and the Valkyrie are right now. And the Magnus is just sitting on the left side of the trees all the time. And then he was kind of going back and then going for the rune. But if I see him all the time, I can, play around that. I can just dodge the Magnus, kind of. And yeah, it's one potential reason like why the Andromeda is so powerful.
Let's hope this one does skill into the Aurora.
And they actually are swapping lanes. I think that is the correct choice, because I don't think you want to run a trial lane against a dual lane. And it might actually be a dual middle. What I personally would do is send Andromeda Kraken in the mid lane, Valkyrie solo top, suffer Valkyrie game, sure, but then block the pool. And this is something that I don't think I see.
It may still be open. What you got hasn't bought items yet. We know he's one of the most versatile players. It's not uncommon for him to just up and move to the enemy jungle to start jungling there if it's more beneficial to his teammate. We'll have to see.
I think he's going for a bottle. Level 1.
So now this seems a lot nicer. It's Kraken.
Yeah. So now suddenly you only have like one target that is that's suffering, and also the Kraken being a strength hero.
Nice double stun, by the way, in mid lane. They lead into the Comet in a 3-second arrow, trying to get the body blocks off. Very close.
And Kraken taking some pressure as well. But the problem of this is, of course, well, Chi jungle is very vulnerable to bullying. As we see, full cap bully.
That's exactly what's happening if Magnus isn't needed there. And we saw that last game. He started in the tri lane, but they gave it up pretty quick.
And then the Magnus with boots is like really free to move. And in this case, like, then the Andromeda and the Valkyrie is a lot better. And oh, they're diving in the mid lane, but Magnus is there to maybe save the day.
They are very aggressive on this Torturer.
Yeah,
It's like they're gonna pay for that.
Yeah, that is a bit too aggressive without any kind of good vision, because they have one ward near the bottom lane. Sorry, no, that is from the other side. Sorry, they have one ward near the top lane, and that is currently it as far as I'm aware. No other wards. And they should have known that the Magnus was missing, right? The Magnus, Beans saw the Magnus. Beans did actually indeed pick up the bottle and pick up the health potion. And yeah, like, the Magnus is gonna have to be somewhere. He's not just picking his nose. He's not going back to base and sitting there. He's gonna, of course, be maybe roaming middle. And that is exactly why you buy wards.
And it's definitely something that they should be aware of. I have a quick question. I know he said it was 5 melees, but what's the uptime? I probably should know this on like Shadowblade being a ranged hero.
Full.
He
it's
can
like,
be up all the time.
So Shadowblade, I think the duration is 15 seconds and the cooldown is 10 seconds or something.
Okay.
The cooldown is actually quite significant there, because the stun only works on like your first attack. But the stun only works in the first 5 seconds of you entering shadow form, for lack of a better word. It's int form, soul sight, whatever. So you used to be like able to stack stuns back in the day by just going into intelligence form, waiting 10 seconds, then attacking, and then
top lane jumping onto Kraken. It's got the tsunami charge. Mid lane arrow connects. Call the Valkyries enough.
Yeah, and that is the moment the Magnus leaves, then the Torture is just food for them, because Torture is like really squishy here early on. I think it has one of the lower strength, both gains and starts of like most any mid hero that's being played, basically. So yeah, that is definitely like an easy picking for.
Candy's bottle on the ground in mid lane.
Yeah.
Can you still steal enemy items?
No, of course not. No. Okay, so the way it works is if it has someone's name above it, you cannot steal it.
Okay.
So an eye you can sometimes pick up because it has like, it doesn't have a name attached to it. It's like blank.
Rune control here. Trying to be established. Looks like Magnus man picked it up though. At least the bounty.
Yeah, he just picked up the refresh rune that was. So Magnus bullying the Chi here. Chi is not gonna get a proper jungle of. And that is like the weakness of... Oh, Chronos stealing the double damage rune.
Ooh.
And
he's got boots. He's gonna try to chase this down. Torture does not even have impalement to kind of scare him off. He's got that coming up in 1 more second. The dash is just enough. Oh, careful though. He's dead. No. Andrew taking that last hit.
And at that point, you just have to pray for And I think he's gonna deny himself to creeps. But
Uh-oh, Geo. Dun,
it takes a while! The buckler!
He was like, the greed. Should I kill one and let two kill me? Oh, shit.
He actually didn't kill it specifically.
Yeah,
because he wanted to
did.
die faster, but he kept rewinding. Oh, that is funny, actually. The rewind killing him there.
And he just used all his RNG. He's never going to rewind the rest of the game now.
Yeah. Bloody pseudo RNG.
I wanted to point something out real quick, though. Like, who you would expect Kronos to be a priority in this game with farm, right? But the way they lane this in their jungle, not only is their jungle suffering, he's not doing great at all against Meraxis, who's got nearly twice his farm, by the way. As for that jungler, he's going to go down.
Yeah. Like, they're just not able to protect their jungler at all. These kind of lineups, they work well when you know, like, the enemy has a weak early game or something. They just like
Played level 6 in the area. They get the double stun on the Kraken of all targets, though. He's going to survive for a little bit, and the Valkyrie Prism, unfortunately, not enough to keep him alive. They trade a mag, though, so...
That is a no ultimate Shadowblade. Maybe he just leveled up and wanted the burst or something? I guess?
Possibly.
I mean...
My knowledge of the hero is minimal.
So yeah,
There's
the
a few
ultimate
heroes
gives
in
you
the
like
game.
20% of someone's primary target stats as stats at that point. So basically, usually level 1 ultimate at level 6 gives you 9 to 12, 13 agility or strength or whatever. So the question is, do you at this point want, well, what is it, 50 damage or 13 agility? I'd say the answer is almost always 13 agility or 13 strength if you're under pressure. Maybe he misskilled, it could be possible. Like, yeah, the agility is just, it's both attack speed. Yeah.
Attributes are nice.
Yeah. And yeah, you're right about Kronos. Kronos is suffering a bit. Kronos also, very interestingly, choosing to not max the leap, but max the Curse of Ages instead. And they might actually choose to go on him here. I don't really think... I don't see them kill the Kronos that easily. And Meraxis actually choosing to pick up the Nihil Crystal. I don't think I've seen anyone. Okay, so what it does, it gives you passive mana regen a little bit, about the same as Ring of the Teacher. Oh, mid lane.
There is teleports coming in here. Valkyrie with a haste rune. Holding back. You know he's deadly with these arrows, but... Let's see if we can't pull. It's these little minions in the area. Kind of ruined that surprise attack for him.
There's a rune, a double damage rune for the Torture, who... Wait, does he... Okay, I'm guessing his bottle is being delivered right now, because otherwise I don't see why they would, like, just leave that rune right there. But yeah, okay, double damage rune, Torture, not that dangerous. They do have a lot of triple stacks, as she might actually be interested in taking them here. Yeah, like, she can take stacks really fast, but the problem with, like, these kinds of jungle heroes...
Bottom here. There's a little bit of a fight brewing.
Yeah, it's a dead Andro.
Surge onto the Andromeda. That was nice of her because they were gonna kill Kronos.
Can they though? Kronos is tanky.
I mean, maybe to be honest, like, not only did he not scale into time leave, I've seen him have been using it. You know, the cooldown is quite long. And
yeah. This is one of the reasons why I do actually think you should be scaling your Q, because the cooldown decreases from 14 seconds to 11 seconds. So, lower cooldown on a leap ability like that is very impactful. But yeah, sorry, the Nihil Crystal. So, it gives you passive mana regen a little bit. I think that is partially the reason why he bought it.
Top lane.
Sorry, yeah, top lane.
Yeah. Bringing in. They, Kronos just poured it in at the tier 2, but he's got...
Big Juman's ultimate. He missed!
Oh no. Thought he dives into it, knowing he was going to die either way.
I think, yeah, he just tried to go for the counter kill and actually W'd the Kronos, but Kronos, I have to admit, that was a good play by him. After missing the Chronos Field, he actually leaps back into the Chronos Field, so the Shadow Blade just chases him there. Yeah, but going back to the Chronos, I
Yes.
think it's relatively weak to max the E. I mean, yes, it's great that you like bash more often. The bash does more damage, but I think the Q is just too powerful to skip.
Right.
Generally speaking, maybe get like 2 points in the E and then max the Q, but 4 points in the E is a bit on the I don't know, it's greedy, I guess, side. But sorry,
It's one of those
yeah.
things. You're laning against Zane, who's used to going against 3 players. He's really good in a face-to-face matchup, and Miraxis is a lot more fun to play than Kronos in a 1v1 matchup. Kraken's getting ganked at top lane. So I want to say maybe he skilled into that curse just to kind of compete with Miraxis, because Miraxis can bully you.
Yeah, but Miraxis doesn't actually need to trade auto attacks to bully you. Miraxis just that's dead she. That is not a dead she.
Bottom lane,
That is
Kronos.
Kronos.
Skills Zane. Zane uses his ultimate combined with that magic shield to stop the comet stun and kill them.
Yeah, that is like once the Miraxis shield procs, Miraxis becomes so powerful because he gets like a bonus damage to all his damage dealt once the shield procs, and level 1 shield gives you 15% bonus damage now. 15% bonus damage to everything you do, that is a lot. That is a lot of damage on top of the already high damage that Miraxis does.
Andromeda in the bottom lane. Susceptible here again. Geomancer's right on top of him. He leads in with the Earth Grasp. Miraxis landing every hatchet. Andromeda, though, gets stopped. They do not have Revelation here. That is a Hellborn ward.
And that is the power of the Valkyrie there.
Yep, top lane, though. Shadow Blade left to fend for himself for a little bit too long. They're more than happy to use the Kraken ultimate and punish him.
They went in back bottom. They're still interested in going, but Andro being super low and the Geomancer being nearby kind of forced them back there. Beans might die here if he goes for this rune.
Leads in with that.
And
Desk gets Lava Surge and locked down here.
Can I just say that this is a prime example of why Wind Whistle is an amazing item. The only reason that like Volka was able to catch Chi there was because he was just slightly faster. And you don't need to be insanely fast. You just need to be slightly faster than enemies. And they're going in.
Yep. Nice. Calculated onto the Kraken, and Valkyrie trying to help a little bit too long. Does get a nice leap off in a bottle sip. But
having no mana for a stun right now. Even with the battery.
The battery, it's just not enough. Give him a bottle sip. What a bro.
Yeah, sharing is caring, eh?
If only if you could just like pour it in his mouth without asking.
Yeah, if only. Just pop the bottle on the allies. I mean, with Soul Trap and Dreamcatch you can these days. But yeah, so against the Miraxis, Miraxis can just spam the axes on you without ever needing to trade an auto attack. So I don't even see the Curse of the Ages, as I believe it's called. Yeah, the stun from Kronos being very useful in a 1v1 situation against that.
Oh, being that he just stays further back. Yeah.
Yeah. He just, like, you try to trade auto attacks, he runs to you and just throw an axe at his face and walk back. What is a better pickup, if I were the Kronos here, is just get a refreshing ornament and a battery. If you get those 2 items, the axes only deal like 50, 60 damage early on.
Right.
With a battery, that becomes like 25% less. And then with the refreshing ornament, you just keep healing, right? Keep healing. And at that point, the Miraxis can't really, realistically, pox you out of the lane that easily. And the thing that Kronos has going for him is Kronos has an insane attack damage. He has one of the highest attack damage of like carries in general. So besides like something like I don't know, a Hammerstorm is also really high, and I think a Malcolm with his W. But early on, Kronos auto attacks are just very powerful. So you can try to win through that, but the Curse to Ages it just doesn't help with that. Like you have some of these abilities that also like, for example, the Gladiator Whip. You know when it's happening, so the Gladiator Whip can then be used to properly hit last hits and like get those last hits. The Curse of the Ages is too random for that. You don't know when it's happening, so you can't account for it. So you can't like early attack a creep or something. Anyway, that's the Kronos build. It's definitely unique. I've never seen it before.
He's not doing so hot right now, but luckily Valkyrie and Chi has found a little bit of farm in this game, so don't want to count them out yet, even though there's a 6,000 gold lead. Yeah, initiation onto the
PK
Chronos.
Rexus.
Maybe the Chronos. It's a suicide Chronos. I mean, if I'm dozy right now, that's what I'm saying, guys. What did you expect? Suicide Chronos.
Well, Suicide Chronos, yes, no. I mean, it's a Chronos in a 1v1 situation.
I know. I'm just trying to say he's doing a lot worse than they might have guessed. In the mid lane, Valkyrie gonna mid leap, get lava surged.
That's what we call next level copium, I guess.
The superior lava surge versus leap. She stopped in her tracks, even though he's underground and she's in the air. I don't know. Zane's gonna come in. Got that flashy new portal key on Chi, but not overcommitting yet. Instead, turns his attention over here onto Kraken. A nice collapse, and team stays together on the left side. In the meantime, Shadowblade jumps in. Andro's gonna swap Chi. I believe Chronos, though, just blinks in. No ulti used there, and he's gonna go down.
And Chi being very much in the front line right now. Not being very tanky, meaning he will just fall.
Yep,
and
gonna disappear.
I don't know where Shadowblade was when he got collapsed on, but yeah, Shadowblade is currently still on agility form. Only 7 agility on his ultimate, meaning that he isn't very tanky. He actually does choose to max the Q. That is very interesting. Generally speaking, the meta kind of became, because they nerfed the strength form from the Shadowblade, they buffed the intelligence form from the Shadowblade. So the meta would be 1 level in Q, then max E and W. And that would just be the build on the Shadowblade, right? It used to be like max in the Q and just go strength until you could switch to agility. But interestingly, Imba actually does choose to put some levels in the Q. And I think that is partially because of the heroes that the Hellborn has, specifically like the Chi. Who has a lot of burst damage, which you can negate with the strength form.
And start pushing here.
So yeah, and the Chronos field. If you get your Q off, suddenly you're a lot tankier. But yeah, they might actually collapse bottom, eh? They're definitely thinking about it.
Auburn's trying to set something up here. They're in a big deficit. Immediately opening on the Imba boy, but look at that. Zane eats the arrow and Arcane shields it, only growing his power. Chronos explodes, and the rest of the Hellborn team trying to put a target down here. Magnus, brand new portal key, hasn't used the eruption yet. If Hellborn team gets out of this, it's very fortunate.
They are dusted.
Zane collapsing on Chi.
Yeah, and I think actually, not in this team fight, but in the previous team fight, the Shadowblade got 2 hits off on the Chronos before the Shadowblade died. So I think the reason why he didn't get his Chronos field off last team fight was because of the low mana he has. He doesn't have enough mana for that, plus he has no battery. And yeah, this team fight, it was actually just really well played by Zane. Not even using his PK, I believe, but just walking into the arrow. Knowing that his Arcane Shield can actually soak up any project as they're going in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's just gonna make quick work of that Kraken. Not afraid to drop this low. He's just got the Chalice if he needs to, but trading back and forth.
And again, he eats the arrow.
Yeah. This is, the rare chance that Zane gets to get all the farm and go and do everything he wants. Gets a snowball on heroes, and it's just paying off. They throw a couple kills the Hellborn team's way.
Yeah, and those are impactful kills. That's like 2 kills on a Chronos who was previously, I don't know, 180 TPM or something like that. Suddenly, well, that's a Chronos who is still not very farmed, but at least a little bit more farmed.
He really has such little impact in the game. It's often that we see Chronos, he says trailing presence isn't that great. But back in the day, even just a dual lane to make sure that he just gets to free farm.
Yeah, Kronos has always been this one of the hardest carries, because of that chrono field and the bash. Bash just like he just gets a passive basher, and actually setting up on the Andromeda there, and that's that Andromeda. The Geomancer ultimate on top, and yeah, nothing you can do about that. Zane is just flexing his PK in their faces right now. Valkalt.
There's just I'm noticing here, Hellborn, you know, the way that they usually play is they wait for Satellidium to get online from mid with his PK or whatever and take initiations, and you know, they control the pace, they control what's happening. They're playing very reactively, and it seems like they're not used to it, or it's just, I mean, you could see them, they're running away here. They fight, but how would they even start a fight?
Well, yeah, that is the weakness of the draft, I guess. They try to do it with the chrono field, and they are actually quite reliant on the arrow to set up these initiations. But as we just saw, it got countered like 2 times because of the Mirax's shield. So if you can't rely on the arrow to like be the follow-up for any gank, then what do you really do here? Yes, the Hellborn, and that's indeed just wait for the PK on the Kraken.
I think it starts with some vision. Slaska gets a ward down here. You know, maybe like a Andro swap into the arrow on anybody but Miraxis.
That is a value rev ward, actually. Getting not 1 but 2 wards of sight there. I don't think he even actually saw the other one, but they are trying to set up some plays, right? We see the Kronos like smoking in the bottom lane. I think I would like for one of the Hellborn to just go farm the Legion's jungle. And it's difficult because the Worm, the Geomancer, they can always spot you out from like 2k range or whatever it is. And that's the power of the dig ability, but I think you still have to just take that risk and, you know, soak that farm, because otherwise the other team is just gonna, you know, choke you out of the game. Just gonna put up the pressure and make sure that you cannot get any farm. And that's exactly what we see Beans do actually here. He's just soaking the entire enemy jungle. While the Legion team here is kind of everyone, 5 people sitting behind the Shadowblade here, just as he farms.
It's very interesting, and if this were to go super late, mine went bottom lane. Geomancer dropped his ultimate, doesn't really get much accomplished. Miraxis just did, oh, he caught the Kraken. Thought maybe he got the TP off. Sat goes down. He was probably a millisecond away from TPing out of there.
Yeah, and he had the choice between stunning the Kronos there and stunning the Kraken, and he actually chose to... I mean, at that point, it's not really a choice. It's usually just more of like an instinct, right? He just jumps on someone who's TPing. I actually do think that it is the correct choice to jump the Kraken there, because I actually think Kraken had his PK before he died. But right now he just needs the 100 gold, and that PK, that is impactful, because it is the initiation, and it's the go middle.
Yeah, Valkyrie getting saved by the Andromeda, but he channels that eruption. They still get the Andro, but
Andro sadly not getting a stun off, because with the stun from the Andro, I think they could have definitely maybe got the counter kill on the Magmas at the very least, because the Torture does have oh no, he used the tablet to initiate, so he doesn't have the tablet to save the Magmas there. But yeah, it's just, you know, you swap to save your carry. But yeah, it's not looking too great, and I think this is partially due to the draft of the Hellborn side here. The jungle being really exposed right now.
It's
it hurts
so weird to look at this gold lead right now. It doesn't feel like that dominant of a game, but the charts tell a different story. I guess it's because we haven't really seen a big team fight in a while, but...
Yeah, and also because, like, Shadowblade has 600 GPM, actually, which is impressive to say the least. Unlike in Hero, like, Shadowblade, which doesn't really have a farming ability, but... they got top, actually, and they're porting. They are 5 people top lane now. Torture is stalling.
Yes, he
That-
is for a long time with that haste rune. It's buying enough time. Geo gets in, cleans up on the chi.
Do they have
The
dust?
rest of the
though?
Legion team arrives. Sat's gonna try to get out. Dust activated. Not able to get in rage. Will Kronos pull it off? Nope, the dig connects. Doesn't have anything for 5 seconds. Could be in
Doesn't even
trouble
have
here.
mana.
Fortunately, my boy still didn't get his Elder Parasite. There it goes. Just gets it delivered. They could have helped for a couple of lucky bash lifesteals there, but...
Yeah, but the Shadowblade currently has like an insane amount of damage that he can put out if he doesn't get bursted down. And we actually saw like the mid lane fights where he just gets bursted down because he only has like 1300 HP. It's fine, right? It's not the late game. You're still winning the team fights, but I think that is partially why it feels closer than it actually is. The moment like the Shadowblade gets a little bit more items, like either I think it's going to be a Geobane and a Shrunken probably. Then like suddenly Shadowblade like doubles the amount of HP that he has, and then he cannot burst him down anymore. And like it's not like the Legion side, so the Hellborn side really has the tools to deal with like a 600 GPM Shadowblade right now. And Kronos picked up an Elder Parasite, which means he's just gonna die faster.
Yeah, it's
And-
a desperation build, but...
Yeah, still no battery or chalice or whatever. Meaning that actually if he jumps in, I think if he just gets hit once by the Shadowblade, he won't have enough mana for his ultimate.
Sat's on high alert here, but he's got to watch out. The one thing about Geomancer, that blink stun, it's one that you can't react to, right? I mean, if you see him digging, right? But once he's on you, it's too late. With other heroes, even a tiny blinks on you, you got a split second to blink away.
Yeah, it's one of the powers
Kraken's
of the
being-
Geomancer.
Yep. Kraken's being a little bit bold here. Let's see what happens. He's going to come in, misses the charge, but they do get the arrow onto Geo, and that's might have been the ideal target, at least what they were planning. The rest of their team immediately dies. It's a wipeout completely there.
I think, I don't know if they're gonna play this out, but if anything, that was, yeah, just like the last nail in the coffin there. And there you see how much damage the Shadowblade can actually put out. The Kronos actually ultimating, I believe, like half of his own team there. I don't know how experienced Donza is on the on the Kronos. I don't think I've seen him play it that much. I don't think he...
In a situation like that, it's very difficult, but you also, like, he's a Kronos, lowest level, you know, compared to the enemy team. It's
Yeah,
not
and
like he can free somebody and kill anything, you know what I mean? Like, so he was like, I might be able to finish this kill. I think that's the mindset they're in. It's just, they
True.
25,000.
Absolutely right. And I think also, like, because of his low mana situation, he cannot take the risks, because, like, 1-2 stuns, 1 hit, and he's dead. He's just really squishy right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good tablet.
I mean, could something happen here? It just looks like Shadowblade is just free raining down insane auto attacks. Everybody's just, they're on the back leg. They had to give it their best shot because it was game 2 of 3, but slowly dismantled by this strategy.
I mean, I can respect that, to be fair. Because even though you're losing, you're just trying to win anyway, at that point. Even though, like, there's a small chance that they could throw and you can put it the turn. And that chance always exists. And giving that last effort is something I can only respect. So, well done by them.
Also, yeah, coming out with the Chi, the Kronos, stepping outside of the meta. They had to try something to take out Team Tim. It's been a problem for them. I'm excited to see is we're going to get a rematch of yesterday's winners bracket grand finals where, yeah, Doghouse took out Team Tim in game 3. Now we got this rematch. Team Tim coming off of a pretty dominant matchup there.
Yeah, I'd like the last game, the second game, was definitely very dominant for the Legion side. I think the Legion side also had the better draft, exploiting the weakness that the Hellborn had in their jungle lineup, right? Especially with the jungler like Chi, which is very bullyable, as I dare say. And they abused that to maximum capacity. And I think game 1, the Buskno GG team, I think they were ahead. And I think they could have definitely won it if they played it a little bit more careful than they actually did. Take a little bit more map control and don't let any stacks lay around. But yeah, well played by both teams.
Definitely a good fight. So they are not sure how it works out, 3rd or 4th place, something like that.
Don't ask me. I do believe that the next game is actually the lobby is already made. So I don't know what the plan is actually for the next game.
All right. Well, do have to use the restroom. Let's call a quick break here. The next series is coming up.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We're now here with the finals of cycle number 3, where we got a best of 3 series coming at you between the two teams who have made it all the way to the end here. We got Team Tim on the Legion side, just coming off their win in the loser bracket against Buskno GG. They're going to be taking on last cycle champions, the Doghouse. I'm What You Got, your main shoutcaster, and I'm going to be joined by Satellidium. Sate, we got a pretty exciting series here. Glad to have you.
Glad to be here, Beans. I think this is for sure going to be very exciting. There are two very good teams.
So, best of 3 again. We see the draft underway. We'll get right into it because the players are picking and banning very quickly here. So we have Engineer, Dr. Repulsor, and Tremble banned out from the side of Team Tim. And then on our Hellborn side here, the Doghouse, we have Corrupted Disciple, Forsaken Archer, and Defiler going to be banned out there. So anything stand out to you so far in the bans?
No, to me it seems like pretty standard. Engie, Doctor, and Tremble are like staples of how Doghouse like to play the game. They put every one of those heroes on multiple different people and lane it differently. So they're very flexible with those heroes, and it's hard to like predict or lane against. And we've seen how well Imba does with the Corrupted Cycle for Forsaken Archer. So, yeah, very standard bans here to me.
We see some fun banter there in the alt chat, maybe trying to predict some picks. But we started off the game here with the first pick, Sir Bensington. You know, to me, that almost feels like a steal from Doghouse. They really love that Bensington for fall. But that's not to say that Team Tim does not run Bensington themselves. We've seen Imba Boy play that plenty of times. So they're going to get their hands on the Bensington here as to start off their draft. And then we have the Glacius and Lodestone picked up from the side of Snooki. So 2 more picks coming up for Imba Boy. He's going to think it through, go into that reserve time. But is there anything maybe you think with the Bensington already picked up that they might try to build some kind of ganking or team fighting lineup around that hero?
Yeah, I mean, Team Tim loves to slip push. They go with Andromeda, of course. They want this hero to save Imba Boy. It's the save Imba hero. They pick it every time it's up. And they go with the Riftwalker. So, like, more team fight-oriented ganking lineup here. I think I'm kind of surprised to see both Valkyrie and Nymphora unpicked here. Those bans those heroes are usually banned or picked every game in the first like 2-3 bans and picks. So interesting to see them let go. Maybe Doghouse will pick up the Nymphora or the Valkyrie here.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because in some of the other series that we've seen either today or yesterday, those heroes definitely received quite a lot of attention. So they're not being picked up so far. We'll see if they either get banned or picked later on. But the pick so far that stands out to me is the Riftwalker pick. Have we seen Team Tim run a lot of Riftwalker? I'm trying to think if that's a hero that they play
a lot,
often.
but Volk has played it once before into us, actually. But it used to be a Patrick hero, but I don't think they put Patrick on it as he's playing position 5 here. So it's kind of new. It's not their standard like Magnus, Torture, Deadwood, Beheat they run on Volker normally. So this is going to be the position 4 hero, and interesting to see how and why they value the Riftwalker over like a staple of their picks like Deadwood and Behemoth, who are both still on the board.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up. So we're gonna possibly see that position 4 Riftwalker. Volk is getting the hero pool expanded a little bit. Love to see that. Fantastic player, of course. We see some bans already, but a couple more still to go. So far, Wretched Hag and Magnus, some big team fighters. There's the Balfagor, last ban from Team Tim. So again, some large AoE team fight ultimate style of heroes banned away. It would, supplement the Lodestone and Glacius very nicely on some of those solo lanes and whatnot. Then we have Kraken, Electrician, and Pharaoh banned from Doghouse. So they get rid of 3 strength cores. I think those are pretty straightforward, right?
I would say so. It's Electrician is a fan favorite of not a fan favorite, a favorite of Imba Boys. They always run this hero if they can in the mid lane, in the off lane. So they're trying to get rid of these tanky heroes that they're gonna need, as they have 2 int heroes and an Aggie core right now. So they're gonna look to round out with a strength core on Legion probably, and okay, ban 3 of them here. Good bans.
I'm gonna throw out a wild prediction here. I'm gonna say we might see either a Draconis or a Gemini here from Doghouse. That's my bold prediction.
Both heroes are.
I'm gonna be wrong on both accounts so far. They go with a Deadwood and a Valkyrie. So we actually talked about the Valkyrie. He made it through all the way through the second banning phase, and it looks like they will snatch that up for themselves. So right now they have one big core being the Valkyrie. I do think we tend to see Doghouse run more of that multi-core style of lineup, but with the Lodestone picked up, we'll probably see that swapped over to Azov. He's really well known for playing a very strong Lodestone. So I think they're either still needing maybe Foz hero over there, as that's probably going to be Valkyrie for Snooki.
I would say so, yeah. I think maybe if I'm looking at Hellborn's draft, I think they round out with the Madman pick here for 4, which is also very stable. It's going to be Snooki and Valkyrie, I think. And as you said, Azov on Lodestone, which is very scary. If Azov's ever not on the map, it's almost impossible to play. He's going to find you. He's going to kill you with that hero.
So 2 picks coming up for Team Tim. I think we'll see probably 2 solo laners or maybe a hero that can maybe dual lane with the Riftwalker. Tempest, gonna be picked up from Team Tim, and a Gladiator. Now, something to note here with the Tempest pick is that we don't always necessarily see Tempest ran in the jungle. And Team Tim, they're one of those teams that like to run a laning Tempest. I think we tend to see Zane play that, if I'm not mistaken. Do you like the idea of like a tri-lane with the Bensington and a laning Tempester for Team Tim?
I think so. I think Tempest definitely is very good into the Hellborn draft. They don't have
any superior.
They don't have any cancels, and if they can get the auto laning phase, get Blinky shrunken, then it can be very strong. They pick up Draconis here.
Wow. Okay.
So it's gonna be 4 on Valkyrie and Snooki on Dragon, I would assume.
That's what I'm tending to think. I don't think we'll see anybody other than Snooki play the Draconis. I'd be very surprised. But what do you think of the last pick, Draconis, paired with the Valkyrie going up against the Tempest? They still kind of lack that superior cancel hero. Now, they did supplement the Valk with another strong farming core hero. Do you think that the Draconis and the Valkyrie can go toe-to-toe with the Legion's lineup, being the Tempest and the Bensington, and even throw a Gladiator on top of that?
I think Valkyrie definitely can like straight up outcarry a Bensington, like farm for farm, if they both set a static GPM. But as you said, this Tempest is definitely a wild card. They don't have any cancels, and late game it's so hard playing into Tempest. If you just hold 3 people with the rest of shrunken and then hold them again, then you're gonna win that team fight, because you can't get out. So I think Legion looks at a better late game, but I think Hellborn would definitely have strong lanes and get well out in the early mid game and try to control the pace, control the map. So it can definitely go both ways here.
Interesting. We see Lodestone going to the mid lane. We typically see Cero ran in the side lane, and for now it looks like Doghouse is running a defensive tri lane with the Glacius, Deadwood, and Valkyrie. A very potent tri lane, if I say so myself. And then we have Team Tim running the aggro tri lane with Bensington, Riftwalker, and Andromeda. I think we kind of saw that one coming as the draft was unfolding. But what do you think of the decision for both teams to kind of fight head on here in the top lane? Do you think this favors one team? Do you think it's like pretty even?
Mostly I'm happy we're going to see tri-lane versus tri-lane. It's going to be an interesting game with a lot of action, but I like Hellborn's tri-lane a little bit better. I think Legion's tri-lane definitely have a lot of damage, but they're going to have to initiate with that Bensington stun, and then you can grasp on top of the hero they go on, and Valkyro. So it's going to be hard for Bensington to maybe take some of these engagements and get out alive versus this Hellborn lineup, because Deadwood Grasp is just so strong when he gets like level 2, level 3, and he can hold them down for a long time.
Yeah, so Bensington, if he gets caught by a freeze into a grasp or vice versa, that's quite a long time where he cannot get his joust off. He's going to tank a lot of damage, and by that point he's going to have to decide whether he wants to go in or stun defensively. But Tempest versus Draconis in bottom lane. I don't know if I can ever say I've really seen this as like a matchup per se. It's like almost 2 jungle heroes that, well, you would expect to see them in the jungle anyway, duking it out in a 1 versus 1 in the bottom lane. So I find that one to be pretty intriguing. Do you feel like either hero has like a advantage here? Or top lane? Yep, Bloodlust. Should have kept my eye on that. We see Glacius go down first. Deadwood is taking a lot of pressure here. They have a Comet Stun up. Now there's the Golden Apple. He's going to throw out the root, but he's not going to use it. And that's a great start for Team Tim. picking up a double tap already on the Riftwalker.
Yeah, so 2-0 start, but as you said, the bottom lane here
It's
is
not
very
done.
interesting.
Oh, sorry. Just some harassment here on the Valkyrie.
Yeah, well, the as you said, it's dual jungle hero laning versus each other bottom. I have no idea how this matchup plays out. I think probably Tempest is stronger early levels, but if you can like get 5 on Dragon, you can spam Q and do good. But it's gonna be interesting to see how well it does.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. The other elementals are very good early game, and then Draconis just needs a little bit of time to get going. So before we have any more tri-lane action, let's talk about mid lane. We have Gladiator versus Lodestone. Maybe you'd be a little bit more familiar with a matchup like this. And give me your insight on who you think should do well here.
I think Valkyrie or Gladiator should definitely have an advantage. You have whip, you get a couple levels, you get level 3, you get level 5, and you can just start whipping Lodestone out of lane. And if Lodestone tries to counter harass with W, he takes even more damage, and he's already getting whipped. So it's gonna be hard for Lodestone to stay in lane if that's how he can play. But he can definitely just go for CS and play a bit more passive on Lodestone and do good. So I think Gladiator should be on top, but not by like a huge margin.
Well, he's getting his bottle delivered here. He's going to get himself the Mystic Illusion rune. The action in the tri-lane is kind of quieting down for a moment here. Lodestone also getting his bottle delivered. Skip the rocket drill for now, but I think, yeah, there we go. He's going to spec that at level 4. And they will continue to battle. But tri-lane 2-0 start for Legion with 2 kills on the Riftwalker. How's the creep farm going? We have a 9-3 Bensington against a 9-0 Valkyrie, so almost even, I would say, Bensington with a little bit more creep kills so far.
I think Hellbone can definitely recover in this tri-lane when they get level 3 on Deadwood and at least level 2 right now, so he has Log as well. I think he can do very well. Still, even though it's a 2-0 deficit.
We have a freeze here from the Glacius on the Andromeda. Valkyro connects, 3.6 seconds, as the root was already used from Deadwood. Will this be enough damage for a kill? The Andromeda uses the Golden Apple. Valkyrie leaps into position, gets the counter kills. They did lose the Glacius first. And we do have mana on the Bensington. He's going to use the Lunar Tear. Rotten Grasp hits on the Bensington. Now Deadwood, he might be the one who has to be careful. He hits a Rift Burn into the Joust. There's a defensive arrow, but it's going to miss. And the Lance Alone comes out from Bensington. We see Deadwood fall.
Unfortunate, they ended up trading 2 for 1 here, but all in all, pretty decent. They got 1 kill on Hellbone, not too bad. Mid lane right now it's 21-3 versus 18-1, so Asaf is doing fine here. He's a bit behind, even though Mats is gonna get another really good rune, camping the bottom and getting DD. It's gonna
We
be
saw
very
Riftwalker
tough.
also camp top rune, so Team Tim doing an excellent job getting both runes for themselves.
I would like to see Glady go for the nice more in this lane with whip. I think 3 denies is not enough at this stage, but he is winning this matchup.
I want to get your opinion on something. So Draconis has 20 creep kills compared to the 27 of Tempest, but Draconis is the top farmer in the game. Is that just the elementals giving more gold? Top lane, we see a kill on the Valkyrie. They chain stunned him, I guess. He couldn't get the leap off. A little bit surprised by that. Well, actually gets caught there and goes down. But what do you think of Draconis being 410 GPM on less creep kills than the Tempest? That's interesting. And now top lane, they're going to dive the Glacius. He goes down. Deadwood, I mean, he's got to be careful. There's a power supply on the Bensington. They could look to re-engage here if they want to. Andromeda's going to TP. Oh, she's going to get it canceled by the log throw. And we have Lodestone here setting up a kill. Meanwhile, a deny comes out in the bottom lane on that fiery barrage. Double damage Gladiator's going to wear off. The Chariot, it's going to be avoided by Snooki. Now, he's still in a bit of a pickle here. There's a showdown coming up.
I think Daddy will have to land Pitfall to kill Snooki. Maybe not.
He's going to throw out the showdown. Throws out a
this
whip.
might be
This
fine.
might be a kill. Can he get in range for one more auto attack? Oh, he's going to do a juke in the trees. Oh, but he doesn't have mana nor a TP, so... Oh, he's on the run.
Snooki creating some good space here.
Yep, they force a TP from the Tempest as well.
Oh, he's gonna
He
go
does
for
not have
Pitfall in 10
range for the
seconds, I
show.
guess. He's gonna go for Pitfall in 10 seconds.
Well, unless some miracle Pitfall hits here. He does go
it's
for
gonna
it.
hit though.
Oh, it's a
my
big
God.
pitfall coming in from Gladiator. Really well played there. And Lodestone, he's gonna miss the Shatterstorm. Decides not to go in. I think for good reason. There was an Elemental Void up on the Tempest. So Team Tim off to a great start here in game one. Sought a 7-2 hero kill lead, and they are almost at 3,000 gold advantage here.
So they're getting carried by the tri lane right now. They had a really good time in the tri lane. They're winning, so they can guard runes for the Gladiator, make him do better mid, and even rotate down and help bottom. So the tri laning is definitely the deciding factor right now. So if they can
Grass
try
puts
to
to top lane. There's an arrow on the Bensington. Glacier's trying to get in range for a freeze. They're gonna go in with the Cascade event pulling them together. The Joust. They take out the Valkyrie, and Bensington holds his ground. He's got the steam boots and the full power supply. Another Rotten Grass hits. Very good Rotten Grass coming in from the Deadwood. And now the Lodestone rotates in. They trade the Deadwood for the Bensington. Riftwalker also dies. It's a double tap for both the Riftwalker and the Lodestone.
Really great rotations by Asaf. He's trying to help their tri lane here do better and get these kills on Imba Boy, who's very tanky now with the steam boots and the full power supply. So it's hard to trade one for one in the tri lane for the carry, and then Asaf comes in and equalizes.
Bensington TPing bottom. This is a great timing as Draconis just used the Cataclysm. We see Elemental Void holding Draconis in place, and they set up a kill. So Bensington has now taken over the bottom lane, where he's going to look to finish that level 6 mark to pick up that Nightfall. A couple more kills go in the way of Team Tim. It's now 11-4 in hero kills.
I think they're gonna grasp him on the tower and fly bottom with Snooki in a sec. Oh, they pulled, so the lane will go back. Actually, they didn't. The lane just went back. I think they will try to get this kill on Imba again before he has 6 and he can set up. No, Dragon TP's top. This is the solo Andromeda farming there. Interesting.
Yep, we see Glacius maybe thinking about coming over for a freeze, but Andromeda falling back.
Well, actually trying to recover a bit middle here. I think this is smart. When Betheston has 6 and Gladiator is ready, he can just showdown into Bensington ulti on any hero on the map. So right now is the time to try to get some form. As Iba hits 6 in the bottom lane now. He's sitting here, hiding, looking to maybe use his ultimate, and then to avoid this gank bottom by Asaf and Deadwood.
So Glacius was actually getting spotted on that ward in the top river. They rotated Riftwalker up there, but they weren't able to catch him. The no boots Glacius was just a little bit too fast. Bensington Nightfall coming in mid lane. We see the showdown. They're going to catch Valkyrie, and he's going to survive with the power supply, but there's the elemental, or what's it called, the Glacial Blast stun from Tempest. Keeps him in place, and they're now going to take the tower here. So the lead continues to grow here, and we see mass TPs to the top lane where Andromeda going to force 3 TPs, but this is haste rune on the Gladiator. Yep. He's going to get... He's going to get pulled back with the showdown. The Joust connects and Draconis falls. And I think this might be a dead Glacius as well. Looks like it. The arrow is going to connect on the Gladiator, but they do not have Willowmaker. This will not be enough damage. Or will it? It will be enough damage. He got the freeze off before dying. Great job from Dude there to secure the Gladiator kill with the haste rune. And now Riftwalker, they might go for a dive here. Arrow connects. And that is a great couple of counter kills coming in from Doghouse, because this lead was starting to get massive from the side of Team Tim. So they pick up both the Gladiator and the Riftwalker there.
They definitely really needed to equalize here a bit, get some counter kills, and they did a good job at responding. When their heroes respond, TP top and try to get some pick off. Really big kill in the Gladiator here was almost 400 GPM snowballing, and now down to T30. So great job by Doghouse equalizing.
The Draconis ports down bottom with Glacius. I see Andromeda currently down there. Bensington's on his way. Looks like he wants to come back to the safe lane to farm. As we see a Valk Prism being used. We'll see what they can look to do with this. They have double damage on the Lodestone here. And they might run into the Andromeda, get a quick kill here. They're waiting for the Lodestone, I think, to get in range. There's the freeze coming in. Don't think they even need to commit the rocket drill. They will pick up an ultimate warrior streak on the lodestone. He's getting very close to his portal key. Oh, a nice sidestep coming in from Ozov. He avoids the joust. Now we have Wormhole and Elemental Void ready to go. He's going to use the rocket drill, but he gets pulled back, and he will not be able to survive this. So the numbers advantage from Team Tim coming clutch for them as they bring down the ultimate warrior streak from the lodestone. And they're going to look to push this tier 1 tower with Tempest getting very close to what I believe is a portal key. He's sitting on 1800 gold.
I think he will go Red Boots Blink. That's usually the sane build. I think in general, like the Zoo Tempest with the Astro and Barrier is very, very strong, especially into this Hellborn team. But at the same time, we talked about earlier, they don't have cancel. So if he can get Blink shrunken, then that hero can stop it to become very, very scary on Tempest. So I think you're right. He's gonna pick up Blink in 300 gold here and try to hold someone.
Yep. So they fall back as they get the Hellborn team to defend this tower, but we see Veiled Rod on the lodestone. Looks like they want to keep up the pressure here. They see the Tempest farming here. Meanwhile, in the bot river, Gladiator's getting caught. He pulls back Valkyrie. There's the swap. And meanwhile, we still do not see action yet in the bottom lane, but the swap does save the Gladiator there. He's going to maybe buy himself a health potion. And we could potentially see a fight brew here down in the bot lane. Smoked up Draconis in the trees. Here's a Rotten Grasp. It does land as Benzington walks into it. Wormhole being channeled, though. It's going to connect onto 2. We'll leave the damage. Here comes the call to arms, dealing massive damage. There's a buyback coming in from Benzington. He's going to Nightfall into the fight as he does not connect it. Draconis falls in the background. He did pick up a hat trick, though, before going down. Glacius is going to die. So it's a 4-for-3 team fight as Benzington did buyback there, picking himself up that Glacius kill. So I want to get your take on that fight. Sate, did the buyback come in clutch there, or do you think that that was still good for Doghouse?
I think that was a wasted buyback, honestly. He buys back, gets only the Glacius kill, but I think, and they're ahead. I don't think they needed to like try to make a buyback play, but at the same time, it's so tempting to just buy back when you have the ultimate on Benzington to try to equalize here. Valkyrie wasn't even there, so it's a 4-versus-5 team fight, and the Doghouse came out pretty well, 3-for-4 and a buyback from Legion. So yeah, I think they did good. As far tries to recover a bit on Valkyrie here.
We could see a Tempest. He doesn't have the hole. He did use that down in the bot lane, but Valkyrie with low mana. I think even with just having mana for the leap would be fine. So Tempest will break his smoke and farm out the top lane. But we still see the lead at 4,000 for Team Tim. I'm trying to recall if prior to that fight bottom lane that lead was larger or not, but
yeah,
Doghouse kind of keeping it in this 4,000 gold area. So Team Tim's lead not necessarily growing. And they have the Lodestone Blink around the corner here. If they do get this bottom tier 1 tower, that will give them the gold, I believe, for the portal key. Which it looks like they're going to get that. This one's going to go over to the side shop and pick up that portal key.
Yeah, I think Asaf is going to create a lot of space here. He's already been doing very good with rotation, so he has Blink now, another tool to help him catch people. So they can always kill this Benzington because of the Lodestone. No matter how tanky he gets, no matter what items he gets. If he gets Lodestone ulted and hit by anything at all, he's going to die. So it's very, very scary with the Lodestone Blink. They could even set up on the Gladiator here bottom if he shows on lane to use Valkyrie in this. Yeah, Gladiator's gonna die here.
I think they're gonna go for this. Shadowstorm about to blow up. There's the Grasp. And there's the Willowmaker also committed. They baited one TP out. Didn't see who that was.
Oh, there's Invis on Glacius. He's gonna find Imberboy here. Can he
wow,
kill him?
They have the follow-up damage. He does have the Joust up. But there is a PK on the Lodestone. He has it on cooldown currently for 10 seconds. Arrow also kind of guessing. They really want this Benzington kill. There's the Dragon Flame coming in. Is it enough damage? The lock throw from Deadwood, and they snipe out Sir Benzington. Look at this dive coming in from the Doghouse. They want the Tempest kill as well. They got the Soul Trap on him, turning off that portal key. But meanwhile, up
he ate the
on the
second
uphill,
arrow.
the Riftwalker, they are going to kill the Tempest there, it looks like. And we see a swap coming in on the Deadwood. They bring him back into the tower. Andromeda picks up a double tap as now Riftwalker might get walked down by the Draconis. There's the Dragon Flame coming in as the Gladiator has now respawned. And Draconis, he goes for the TP, but he's not going to be successul. Dreamcatcher not going to save him. And now Valkyrie, she's going to need to leap out of there.
I think Ember's going to try to ult him. He just respawned. He's ulting, yeah. He's going to hit the nothing, but he has
Valkyrie
Q. Nice.
is dead. Very good Nightfall coming in, forcing the pathing back toward Gladiator. So it looks like it was a genocide. They did clean up all 5 of Doghouse. But at the same time, I think they got some pretty good kills onto the side of Team Tim.
I think the lead before and now was actually identical. I think it was around 4.5k gold for Team Tim, and now it's around 4.5k, 5k. So I think
Glowstone
it was
setting up bottom on Sir Bensington. They have Glacius also here. They currently, I don't think, have vision of him, but Glacius is in range for a freeze. Is this going to be a kill, though? They don't have the Shatterstorm being channeled. And Glacius might just get return killed. Now Lodestone, he's got another head smash. Is he going to be able to get it off? It looks like he cannot. And the entire team of Team Tim is here. So they lose both Glacius and Lodestone. And Bensington survives.
yeah, that's definitely some very good kills for Legion. It's a 1k gold swing. At the same time, though, Dead was working towards his ball key. He was as he gets ganked here. Wormhole.
Yep, looks like this is going to be a kill on the Deadwood.
Oh, this is such a good kill for Legion. If Deadwood is allowed to find space to get portal key in the midst of this Hellboy or this bottom fight, I think it would be almost worth it for them. But as he dies, it's a very, very, very big pickoff for Team Tim here.
They're going to force out the glyph down to the bot lane. We'll see if they can get the deny here. Pitfall misses. And it will go down to the catapult there, so not able to pick up the deny. We see Tempest with the Mighty Blade, so you talked about him going to Blink into Shrunken. Looks like he's going to value that as his next item. What are your thoughts on Gladiator going for the team kind of route here? He goes for... actually, an arrow. Hold that thought. He's going to hit 5-second arrow. Is this going to be enough damage for a kill? They drop the Cataclysm from Draconis. But there's the Chariot coming in. Call to Arms actually does hit the Draconis, but Valkyrie able to walk down the Gladiator. I was going to ask you, what do you think of the Astrolabe Sackstone Steamboot build here? Do you like that?
I think in general, what you want to do on Gladiator is to get tanky, try to beat at the great setup hero that it's known to be, and then you're actually doing your job. So I think being tanky here, giving some extra teamfight presence with the Astro is quite fine.
Sporting to the mid lane. Now he's got Elemental Void ready to go. He could get a 4-man hole. He's going to catch everyone but the Valkyrie and the Draconis. There's the Dragon Flame eventually canceling, but now the Wormhole's being channeled. It's going to land onto the Glacius. They do bring down the Bensington. Deadwood falls as well, and Draconis still tanky with the Valkyrie and the Lodestone. And just like that, was that the DD Draconis coming into play there as they clean up everyone from the side of Team Tim?
DD Draconis, Glacius got his ult up for a long time, and this hero does so much damage if he can channel his ultimate. So I think it's just a combination of all these big teamfight cooldowns from Hellborn coming into play. It was looking really grim with that great Tempest ultimate, but Dragon swoops in, stops the Tempest ultimate, and does a ton of damage, turning the fight for Hellborn. So great play by Snooky here on Dragon.
Yep, he's currently at 15% hero damage, as you mentioned the damage there. He is now taken over as the top farmer at 485 GPM. And, you know, Bensington committing that one early buyback, I feel like kind of slowing him down a little bit, at least toward his next item post Thunderclaw progression. But I think the big picture for me, at least, is all of a sudden that lead at the top is down to 2,000 gold after that fight. And the experience is very negligible at this point. So as we're entering the 20-minute mark here, we're getting kind of close to a very even game once again.
Yeah, I feel like Legion's gonna be comfortable going into late game, but not with this kind of farm on Bensington. They're gonna need him to be 600 plus GPM to have a good chance here.
Legion jungle here, they're gonna get the catch onto Lodestone. He's channeling the Shatterstorm. He's gonna land it! There's the bomb coming in as the Thunder Blast takes out Bensington. Andromeda already used her swap. She's gonna fall as well. Meanwhile, Draconis and Deadwood looks like they're chasing down the Gladiator. Willowmaker comes out. There's the Rotten Grass locking him in place as the Chariot comes out. Only lands on the Deadwood, the Dreamcatcher, and the dot from Draconis gonna take out the Gladiator. And Doghouse all of a sudden clicking together picks up 4 kills. Only Tempest survives as he did not have his Elemental Void, and they will gladly trade their Lodestone for that team fight there.
At the same time, dude is gonna counter 2 rev wards and a ward here. He's gonna get a ton of gold, and maybe even ultimate these stacks here. He just stacked this hard camp, so it went to triple. And there's a medium as well. I think dude is gonna steal this as he walks past. Maybe Dragon's just gonna take it on the way out.
I think I want to say they're gonna.
Oh, dude is doing it.
I think Dragon's gonna come in here and say yoink. Do it, Snooki. There we go. He takes the farm away from Glacius. I think, well, you know, Glacius got a lot of that, so he's getting close to his blink. As I think I just heard the sound for his Ophelia's pack. Yeah. He picks up the portal key. That's a great pickup for Glacius now. And Draconis, he goes for the defensive route here, picks up a Shaman's Headdress. I can't really say that I dislike that, as there is a lot of spells for him to tank this game. So going definitely more of a tanky kind of route with the Sackstone even getting upgraded. We're gonna see him fly top lane.
This Blessed Orb on Valkyrie. He's been having this for a long time. He's probably building into Geos and he wanted to tank up a bit more, but I am not personally a big fan of this. As a Blessed Orb, 10, 10, 10 in stats for 2100 gold is not very good value, and he could farm a lot faster with the Firebrand if he's going Geos. So
it's never a nullstone, is it, against the Gladiator? Maybe he values not getting caught by the Showdown?
Oh, I hope not. I definitely don't think that's his role, not getting caught by the Showdown. I think he just needs to output some damage. They have another big core in Dragon, and they have Lowstone ulti to kill any hero on Legion. So I don't think it's gonna be
pretty
Lowstone.
Interesting decision to go for that item first over something like a Firebrand if he was to go for a Geometer's Bane. Alternatively, he's got Frostful Skull and Grimoire of Power. I think those don't really make the most sense. Especially with having the Draconis. I don't think he wants to go the Magic Valkyrie build. Plus, he would probably buy the Light Brand first if that was the case. So I think this has to either be Nullstone or Geobane. And yeah,
I said agreed. I think definitely this is gonna be a Nullstone or Geos. When you said Nullstone, I hadn't even thought about that item. I didn't even consider it an option. So I would be very surprised if he goes for that. Thor likes to do these kind of things where he tanks up to not die in these fights, which does of course feel terrible. So maybe he's just valuing slowing down his farm a bit in trade for not being as squishy and having a smaller chance to die.
We have a Veiled Rotted Gladiator here, and they have Nightfall ready to go. He's going to run into the Lodestone. I don't know if this is the target they necessarily want. We see the Shadow Storm being channeled here. It's going to be a defensive Shadow Storm. So Gladiator and Lodestone trading ultimates. I don't really think either side is really going to mind that at all. And I think we'll just continue to see. Actually, we might see a fight here. They might go for a dive. I think Deadwood saw him. He's going to throw out the log, bait out a TP. Draconis is here with a double damage, though. He gets hit with a Showdown. And the port actually gets canceled. There's the Willowmaker coming in. As a 2-man Rocket Drill stun catches both Tempest and Riftwalker. A 3-man Elemental Void into Nightfall comes in. A big combo coming to Team, but do they have the damage? As now Tempest is going to fall. Deadwood and Lodestone also fall, but Draconis is fighting the Benzington mano a mano. Andro is not going to get here in range. He does not have a stun or a swap. And Draconis picks up the double tap as he has the Dreamcatcher healing him up there. So Valkyrie and Draconis alive against the Andromeda. Draconis, you can tell he wants this genocide, but Andromeda just going to be a little bit too far there. But a big fight coming in from the Doghouse as a huge ultimate's coming in on both sides there, Sate.
I mean, they're so tanky on this Hellborn side. Every single time Saint gets a huge ultimate, I'm thinking, this is an amazing ultimate into Nightfall. They're gonna crush, and Hellborn somehow just tanks these cooldowns, gets out of Tempest Hole, and then they fight. Snooki had another DD rune this fight, actually absolutely destroying the Bensington when they traded 1-for-1 because of the DD. So they are really doing well. I initially didn't like this Shaman's Headdress much on Snooki, but it's just paying off. He's not dying at his Tempest Holes. It just comes out pretty healthy and can just start outputting amazing damage with the Q and E. Q&E from Dragon.
So, if you're Draconis, what do you think he should be looking to follow up the Shamans? Does he's obviously not upgrading it right now into a barrier. As we see a jump on the Bensington here, Willowmaker follows up the Rocket Drill. Great catch there as they once again bring down the Bensington. And now Glacius catches the Riftwalker. He's going to go for the TP, and it looks like he will be successful. They cannot stop the TP in time. But is he saving up for something like a Mock of Brilliance at this point? He's holding 3,000 gold. Do you think he needs to go into some kind of damage item now, or is there something else you maybe think he could go for?
Mock would be kind of weird at this stage. It's 25 minutes. Usually you'd aim to get it earlier. But I'm definitely not an expert on Dragon's items. But I actually don't know what he should get here to try have an impact. I mean, Mock would be kind of good, I think, still, just because of the massive damage it adds to your auto attack damage and of course the pain effect from the Mock. So maybe Mock of Brilliance. I actually don't know what he's gonna be looking to go. As 4 does pick up the Nullstone.
Yeah, so Valkyrie picks up a Nullstone. I think we'll see either a Geometer's Bane or a Nullfire Blade following that up. We see the showdown into the Chariot. Draconis tanks that. He's got the Dreamcatcher still going, by the way. Glacius blinks in with a Phrase, but he gets swapped in. So there's the swappiest from Andromeda. Meanwhile, Riftwalker in the background's taking heavy pressure from the Draconis. She goes down. And now Bensington, he's taking a lot of pressure. He's going to go down to the Valkyrie. The Elemental Void not in time to save the Bensington, but they will bring down the Legendary Streak from Fa there. And Bensington staying dead for 50 seconds. There's a buyback on the Gladiator, as you pointed out. But look at how deep Doghouse is diving. 4 players, very low on life, so only...
Looking gonna die here? No, he had the
Dreamcatcher gonna save his life. But Team Tim is so close to getting so many kills here at their own base. The dive ends up working out for Doghouse, and they even force out... That was a dieback on the Gladiator, right? So essentially 5 kills, 5-kill team fight for 1 plus a buyback.
Yeah. Great team fight by Hellborn, and it's as we talked about, they're just a little bit too tanky. It's like these 100, 200 HP, they just survive with every single team fight. They live these big cooldowns from Legion and end up just winning the team fights and trading really well. So great play by Hellborn. I'm looking really forward to see what Snooki picks up here with 5k gold. Is
it going to be the infamous Frostwolf Skull? I know Snooki likes to go some of these, I'll call them oddball kind of item pickups. Now, I will say I wouldn't be surprised if we see a late Mock. I think the Mock could definitely still be good against like the Tempest Portal Key, for example. But he is the only one currently with a blink to kind of disable that. So they might not necessarily value a Mock here at the 30-minute mark. But, well,
he also already has gold for the Mock if he wanted to go that way.
Yeah, but he's got the whole shop pretty much at his disposal here. I do feel like he is going to want to kind of transition now into more of a damage dealer to kind of back up the Valkyrie. Who did go herself more of a defensive route with the Nullstone. So maybe back to the Valkyrie. Do you think we'll see... I was expecting either a Nullfire Blade or a Geometer Bane following this up. Is there one that you think, or maybe something else that you think he should go for?
I would say one of those 2 items. This is what I would have picked up on Valkyrie in the first place before the Nullstone, and I think it's what he should pick up to follow him up. He needs to do some damage. He needs to be right-click presence to scale a bit better into the late to mid game. So I think it's definitely going to be either one of those. It looks like it's going to be Nullfire Blade, as he does not purchase a Firebrand, which he should have if he wanted to go Geos.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be a Nullfire Blade. I don't think he would go for anything else.
He's got a double damage rune. We've seen a lot of DDs for Doghouse this game. They find themselves another one. They got that for, I think, a minute and a half still in the bottle, as I can't quite see it. That was Lodestone's bottle being shared over to Valkyrie. But Deadwood quietly picking up some items. He's got a Lex and now a Mighty Blade, so it looks like he's working toward a Shrunken Head for himself. Don't think I can really argue too much against that against the Legion lineup. Lodestone bought a late Astrolabe into his own Shaman's Headdress. I'm almost a little bit surprised by that. He's also valuing the tank up option. But he has been kind of the guy just soaking a lot of spells this game.
I don't like it, but it's so hard to criticize when every single teamfight they survive with 100, 200 HP, and if they didn't pick up these items, well, then they would have died. So
yeah, then we could have, I think, criticized it a little bit more. But Fa just right-clicked the Thunderclaw. He's gonna go a very late damage assistant tool.
I
You see the prism being used here, following up the Kongor. Veiled Rot on the Gladiator. We'll see if there's any initiation coming out as the Boundai gets picked up by Riftwalker. She's trying to counter ward their own jungle.
I think this Thunderclaw does a lot less damage than something else would have done, and he's not going to be using it to farm. So that's bad, and Snooky, the Griefer, goes for 6.6k gold and buys a full Dawnbringer instead of getting like, you know, even like a light brand or fire brand or frost or like a ice brand, and then like building up one by one. One of the amazing strengths of the Dawnbringer, the great build up. Just values to go 6.6k gold and buy it straight up. Saying we don't need this 5k gold in team fights.
I'm really surprised by him pulling up all that gold just to buy brand components all at once. But Doghouse is bringing the fight to Team Tim. They're going to throw the Cataclysm down in the base. They see all the TPs coming in with the Volcano. Arrow going to miss, but they're trying to bring down the tower here. There's a swap on the Draconis. Can they bring him down? No, this is a tanky guy. He's going to get caught here by the Call to Arms. As Tempest is going to blink in with the hole. It only catches the Draconis. He's the only one in that hole. And they are going to bring him down as they sacrifice Andromeda. Riftwalker also goes down, but now Benzington is down. And the numbers advantage is here for Doghouse. There are buybacks remaining for Team Tim on 3 players. Will they look to use them? It looks like they have decided that they are too far behind. The GGs come out, and Doghouse, your winner bracket champion up at the top of the bracket there, has taken the first game here in the finals of Cycle 3. So final thoughts on Game 1, Sate, as Doghouse does take that one.
Super well played by Doghouse. Great job by picking up all these defensive items I didn't like and just surviving because of them every fight. So they knew better than me here, and super well played by Hellborn. Good early game play by Legion too, but in the mid game gets out rotated and unfortunately lose. So GG's to both teams.
Yep, so a lot of good signs there from Team Tim in the early stages. Doghouse just responding better going into that mid game. They get themselves the 1-0 start. We will go on a short break as we have Game 2 coming up. We'll see if Team Tim can bring the series back to 1 game apiece, or if Doghouse will be back-to-back cycle winners here, trying to defend that Cycle 2 with another victory here. Don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, from break. We are here now in Game 2 of your finals for Cycle 3. Once again, we have Doghouse versus Team Tim. Doghouse currently leading 1-0, and they are looking to be your repeat Cycle 3 champion here after claiming Cycle number 2. And Team Tim, well, they're looking to stay alive here, trying to force a third game and even up that score 1 game apiece. Once again, going to be rejoined here by Sate. Welcome back from the break, Sate.
Thank you, Beans. I'm happy to see this game too. Can Team Tim equalize, or is Doghouse just gonna be proving to be too strong? I think the drafts are gonna turn out a bit different here. Probably Thailand versus Thailand again, even though they didn't do too great with the on Doghouse in the Thailand. They recovered nicely, so I think they'll be confident to play that again.
Okay. So we expect some kind of change up here. We'll have to wait and see ultimately what they go for. But Team Tip definitely had a lot of good things going for them in Game 1. They just ultimately couldn't keep the momentum going. We'll see if they can kind of maybe get the ball rolling once again and maybe transition that into a further lead to get themselves a win here. But any different bans? Let's check them out here. We got Forsaken, Corrupted, and Pharaoh banned from Doghouse. Engineer, Dr. Pulsar, and Sir Bensington. There is one that I'm noticing. They left open the Tremble here. Wondering if we're going to see a Tremble pick come out from Doghouse. But for now, they pick up the Andromeda. Anything else really stand out to you there in the bans?
Yeah, I think the bans are pretty identical, except the Tremble. So they're gonna let the Tremble be on the board and then go for Bensington ban as they played it themselves. It is a very strong hero on Ford. It's really, really strong in tri-lane. So they'll go with Nymphora, Magnus, very strong tri-lane heroes. Volker plays that Magnus super well. They have the Nymph pod. They can fight into anything with this hero as they pick up Tremble and Valkyrie again on Legion. Not too surprising here, Beans.
There's the Tremble pick. So you banned the Bensington. Boss still got the Tremble up his sleeve. And the Valkyrie, as you pointed out. So that's a pretty strong dual core, I would say. Two heroes that can be very active throughout all stages of the game. Talk about having to play against an Nymphora TP. Well, playing against a Valkyrie Prism can also be very, very difficult. But Nymphora Magnus, that's I want to say a pretty standard start over there. Doesn't really give away too much of what your plans to do are. I mean, you could still go with something like a push lineup. You can go for a ganking lineup and fully commit to that Nymph TP. You could even go for a teamfight lineup. So I think it's safe to say I don't really have any idea where Imbo Boy's lineup is headed direction-wise.
No, it's gonna be interesting to see what they draft. They're gonna have probably a really strong carry on Imbo Boy and a secondary core for a mid, which is what they usually draft. But as you said, the lineup as of now doesn't tell us anything. We have no idea what they're gonna draft. They could do anything, go into any direction here. They already have a very scary ganking presence on Legion with the Valkyrie Prism and the Tremble TP. So they're gonna pick up something looking to do good in lanes, or either be able to counter gank when they inevitably run into jungle with the Valkyrie Invis, I think.
Okay, so we're going to get an answer very shortly here. Quickly go over the bans. Again, we got Lodestone, Electrician, and Monkey King banned from Team Tim. Shadowblade, Zephyr, and Oogie banned from Doghouse. So definitely, I think we see some different bans in there. The Zephyr and the Oogie sticking out to me, as well as the Monkey King. I don't know if we saw those get banned out last game, but any insight onto why they would maybe ban some of those heroes instead?
I think Zephyr ban is specifically versus Tremble mid. It's a melee core that can do very well into Tremble. I've heard Fall complain about this hero when he would play Tremble. So the Zephyr is a hard counter to Tremble in the lane, I think. That's why they got rid of it. Oogie, I'm not sure why they value this ban. Maybe it's the Nymphora pick. Nymphora Oogie is of course super strong and can farm incredibly well. So they pick up Sulfuris for mid. This is gonna be the position 2 hero for sure, and Kronos for Imbo Boy.
Ooh. Talk about a way to lock down the Tremble. There's a Kronos. And he's got a Lord Sulfuris pairing on his side, so he definitely got a late game presence there with the Kronos and the Sulfuris ultimate. Gonna be interested to see where the two teams finish off their lineups, where it's going.
Ravenor,
Wow.
new
Okay,
answer.
I was not expecting another big core. They're gonna go with a tri-core now, picking up the Ravenor. But what are your thoughts on them picking up another melee kind of core against the Kronos? Do you like the Ravenor pick there? I was
mean,
not
I-
expecting that.
Ideally, you want something ranged, right? So you can hit into Chronosphere or not get Chronosphere in the first place by stacking up. But I think what they're trying to do is just to get too many cores for Chronos to ultimate.
Yeah,
So if
that's
they have
what it
3
looks
strong
like to me.
cores, Chronos can ulti one of them, maybe 2 if he's lucky, but the third core can run rampant. I really like the Sulfuris pick from Hellborn to match the Tremble, but now they pick up Nitro for mid. So as I
Wow.
said, for
This
sure
just
this
got
is gonna be a
wild.
Sulfuris mid. It's gonna be Sulfuris position 3. Probably Insane.
I don't know if I've ever seen Zane play Sulfuris. I mean, I'm sure he has played it in the past.
It's looking
but-
like it's gonna be Patrick right now. I know Patrick has
Wow.
played a lot of Sulfuris in the past, but they're completely swapping up the lanes.
This is
You're gonna have
very
Patrick-
different.
On 3 and Sane on position 5. Really different
Okay.
draft from Hellborn as well. Like Imba usually never pick Tricore or like they play around him. He soaks up farm and then he wins them the game. They're very good at supporting Imba boy into a victory here. So interesting to see they go for the Tricore, but maybe they feel like they need to match the Tricore of Legion and then they go for the Nitro to maybe dominate Tremble mid. But
Hmm. So both teams are running a tri-core with 3 heroes that scale incredibly well. Both sides kind of shifting away from that initiation route, and we're just gonna see it. I want to say not necessarily like a farm fest kind of game, but I mean we're gonna see a lot of action. These heroes are definitely heroes that can get into fights early and mid game, but both sides kind of feeling like they could bring that late game presence to game 2 here. I'm excited to see where this one goes. Now, I want to say I feel like you kind of did touch on this. I think Tricore versus Tricore maybe might favor Doghouse's playstyle a little bit more, but that's not to say we couldn't see Team Tim do well here with the Tricore. But I tend to feel like that favors Doghouse's playstyle a little bit more.
I think I definitely think so. I mean, Tricore is very comfortable for Doghouse. They run this every game. Sometimes they have a space creator on Asaf, but like multiple times they put a strong core on him, and now he's playing a position 1 hero. He's playing position 1 hero on Ravenor. They're gonna prioritize his farm. They're gonna try lane, and I think they're gonna be able to spam dive and kill this soul low Sulfuris here. So interesting to see if he can get out doing fine out of the lane. At the same time, Valkyrie can also very easily die because the Kronos can leap after him.
Both sides are going to do the 3 versus 1 in the other team's long lane. But Triple versus Nitro. I don't know. I haven't seen this matchup. I don't know how this one goes. What do you think? Is Nitro just that strong of a laner that even that she can even bully the Tremble? We see the Ward of Revelation already coming out. He's going to keep using that ballistic. Yeah, a lot of damage already for Tremble to kind of deal with.
He's gonna do really well here. I think Nitro versus Melee is absolutely horrid to play into. He has the Rev Ward.
Bottom lane, Snooki, this might be the Bloodlust. Kronos gets it. And Magnus, they're trying to get the counter kill as the entire tri-lane from Doghouse TP's in. This could be a second kill, so despite giving up the Bloodlust, there's the Ravenor Ball Lightning. And we see 2 kills go in the way of Doghouse. It ends up being a 2-for-1. But they did pick up the Bloodlust on Imbaboy. We'll see if, yep, there we go. The TP gets delivered. He's going to pour it out. So we already see 1 minute in, a lot of lane swapping coming out. We'll see if the two teams can get the lane setups that they are ideally looking for here. As we now have the Ravenor tri-lane shifting toward bottom. Valkyrie ports up to the top lane. And Kronos going to continue, I think, to get a good time for himself going.
I think Snooki kind of griefed. He had the arrow at level 1 into the tri lane, so I didn't see how he got caught or if Leap saved him, but it's very manly play to level up arrow at level 1 if you're facing a tri lane.
I
Let's
agree
put
with
it
you
that
there.
way.
So Forest bottom lane. Comet Stun is up. Now, I think he might be just a little bit too far, but here comes Geomancer. Oh, this is a dead Lord Sulfuras. The Sulfuras. This is his first death, though.
Yeah, but he's gonna be food down here in the bottom lane. He can't
Valkyrie
survive.
gets caught top lane. Magnus comes in with the boots.
I think you should almost run jungle with Self-Force. I don't see how he can survive in the bot lane. If Andrew keeps sitting here, mid is kind of equal. As he can't. Apparently, Fall is just sitting here with Trample just porting base, I guess. He's 10-5 versus 11-3, so mid is
Wow, yeah, Faw's actually doing very well.
completely equal.
And definitely showing that he knows how to play the Tremble. We see this hero banned time and time again against him. He's even out experiencing the Nitro, who has 3 denies over him. But Tremble has 8 denies, so
Yeah,
that is going to be the big deciding factor there. So the ranged hero obviously gets more XP denied than the melee hero. See, Andromeda she's just roaming between mid and bottom trying to find her place. Geomancer also kind of making his presence felt here on the Sulfuras. Top lane, we see a leap from the Kronos. He forces out Valkyrie's leap. They just kind of trade leaps. But Kronos can do this a little bit more liberally. He's got the Nymphora mana to spam to him. One of the great things about Nymphora, she picks up the early Grace of the Nymph there.
Yeah, I think he could comfortably do that since they're not gonna. Before facing the tri lane, then you would have 2 in pod instead, as level 2 of pod is an insane ability. So I think they're doing a good job on help on dodging this tri lane of Legion, because Legion's tri lane is definitely super strong and hard to counter.
Yep. So you talked about they're prioritizing the farm on Ravenor here, which I think you definitely want to do that. Valkyrie is one of those heroes that she can do, I think, still quite a lot without having the farm, whereas if they gave up the farm from Ravenor, he wouldn't be able to kind of get that kind of ball going the same way. So Valkyrie, she's still very valuable with just levels, which they are prioritizing the farm on both the Tremble and the Ravenor so far. But Nitro and Kronos, they're going to be the ones having the good starts for Hellborn. Gold is almost identical, slight experience lead for Hellborn.
For Legion.
Or Legion, sorry, yep.
Yep. But I hope what they do is try to get 5 on Sulfuras, stack the jungle with Magnus and Nymphora, and rotate him in there. If he does a full rotation of a fully stacked jungle as a level 5 Sulfuras, it'll take him a while. He's not level 7 or ideally 8 when he does it, but he can definitely spike to 300 GPM almost instantly. However, if they don't do that and put him down here in the bottom lane, Sulfuras is not a very scary hero when he doesn't have farm. Sulfuras without farm just crumbles, dies. You're supposed to run into their faces, lifesteal with W, spam Q, be really strong, but he's gonna have a very rough time this game if they don't try to prioritize him some farm in the Hellborn jungle here. And I don't really see what Magnus can do to force out Tremble, right? Tremble is just gonna be unkillable here in the mid lane before Nitro gets ultimate.
Yeah, so they have no one else to take the stacks. If they're going to stack early game, you almost kind of figure they might as well put the farm on the Lord Sulfuras, and Nymphora graded assisting with that as well. She doesn't necessarily need to assist Kronos once he maybe gets to level 6 or so, or 5 mark. I think he'll be too hard for Valkyrie to bully Kronos back, so definitely look to do that.
Great.
Are they going to be looking to stack the jungle on Legion, though? I don't really see... Maybe Tremble can do, like, 1 camp at a time with the Darkstorm, but I don't think they really have that flash farming hero, per se, on Legion. So maybe they won't really be looking to do jungle stacks on their side.
Why is the gold bugged? I think the GPM is bugged right now. So Tremble is on 250 GPM, 17 and 8, and Nitro is on 291, 17 and 5. I mean, I know he killed Mounds, but I guess this must be the different maker.
Yeah, I think it's the Mounds, maybe giving him the 40 GPM extra.
Yeah, that's quite a lot at this stage, actually. So good job by him killing it. See Tremble all picked up a rev ward to counter the rev ward of Nitro, so he couldn't just bully him out of lane.
Yep, very smart. Definitely what we expect to see at this level of play. But rather long pause. might be coming up on a server unpause very soon here. We'll see maybe what's going on. But yeah, I mean, we're early on here, only 4 minutes in, so game state pretty even. I think both teams are kind of getting what they want out of their draft so far. They farm on the heroes that they want the farms on, and the support's just kind of making sure that gets achieved.
Yeah, I would agree with you. They're both executing the draft. I really like the mass TPs to the bottom lane from Legion side in the early game here to get these counter kills. They ideally wanted to swap the tri lane, and they knew they would put Kronos top
top
afterwards.
lane?
But if when they TP down there and got these 2 kills, it turns out to be worth it. So
Yeah,
really
I think
great
so
job
too.
by doing that. I think most teams would probably refrain from TPing because the enemy team could just TP away. But they do it anyway, gets the pick, get the 2 kills, get some momentum. So great job by Doghouse here.
Well, one thing I did notice, maybe it's worth bringing up. Geomancer picks up the Geostock at level 2. I think that's maybe a little earlier than we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Do you think skipping the Earthgrass is really going to matter at all? It probably just put points into the Earthgrass level 3, 4, 5 if he wants to.
I think that's gonna. I think it's fine actually. I like it. I feel like if it was a 2, if they were tri laning, you don't want the Geostalk. It's not gonna do anything. The ability is useless, and you want the extra burst on W. But, however, they're not tri laning, and he's just gonna be roaming and rotating. So the invis from Geostalk can definitely prove useful. As I think if Fog can get top with his Nitro with a Geostun, he's just gonna run Nitro down.
Yeah.
So.
I think so too. And he, especially once Tremble gets level 6, which he's getting really close to, then they have the, what's it, 3? Is it 3 second disable? 3 seconds immobilize on the Hive Mind, which is very strong early game. A 3 second immobilize.
It's definitely a great ability.
So Forrest is going to get spotted out here. This could be troublesome. There is boots picked up on the Ravenor. He lands the ball lightning, gets a lot of damage in. That's just a very easy kill. Even with level 2 Andromeda and level 4 Ravenor, it's just so much damage. Now Valkyrie, Magnus going to get body blocked here by the Geomancer initially. He uses his Lava Surge. There's a Zeal Stun coming in from Nymph, but no mana for the pod. He might go for this, honestly. There's the Dig Stun. It connects. Nice. They get the counter kill. Now Kronos, I think it's in range for a leap here, right?
Yeah.
This is a counter kill. He's going to use the... Oh, wow. Oh, he's trying to not give the kill over to Kronos. And, well, that's okay, I think, to give the kill over to the Nymph. He used just enough time with the... I think the Apple and the Mana Battery were there.
Man, he had Dig Up again. He could almost disjoin that last him for a kill or auto attack. So he almost survived, and really great max range stun on the Magnus here. Volker wasn't able to sidestep it as he stunned from uphill. It's hard to know where he stuns or try to dodge it. They put Sulforce in the jungle, but he's level 3. He's gonna be using 3 Qs, and he's gonna be out of mana here. So maybe just killing the easy cam, trying to get XP mid, but then Nitro is there. I don't think he can kill any of these stacks. I think Hero doesn't do anything right now. But
he needs Dark Lord's presence as well to heal up from the stack damage. Yeah, so it's a little bit too early for him to work on the stacks. Actually fails one of them, but that's not going to be really a big issue. He can't take them yet anyway.
No.
Tremble is level 6. He's going to use the Hive Mind here on the Nitro. Dig Stun comes out. They're not fully committing, but Andromeda's making her way over. Geomancer does go down first to the Overdrive. They get the counter kill. And now Magnus, is he going to go down here? There is a Dark Swarm up in 1 second. And it's going to be enough. They pick up a double tap on the Andromeda. And 3 players go down. So again, Sulforce not really offering too much to the engagements just yet, only being level 3. And that is exactly what Doghouse was looking for, a 3-for-1 swing, sacrificing the Geomancer.
Yeah, especially as I think Hellborn even locked out a little bit. I think Nitro was level 5 as they engaged. The creeps die, they get level 6 on
tower, maybe bottom. Oh, I want to see him commit with the ball lightning. He's not going to go for it. I'm a little bit sad that Ozef didn't man up there for the tower.
I think he could have, yeah. But Of course, he doesn't have God vision like we do.
That's true. Chronosphere top lane. Valkyrie gonna go down. Tower is doing some good pressure. Dixon going to miss, but it does force Cronus back toward the tower. Gonna use the Geostock here. He's gonna be just fine. But now we have the real Andromeda down bottom. Catching out the Magnus. There's the ball lightning.
Oh,
Lava Surge
great
comes up, but he
timing.
can follow if he wants to. It looks like, oh no, he already
MTP.
did follow. Import brings Chronos here as well. And Andromeda gets picked off here, so they started off going for the Magnus, but a great job from Team Tim to get a response kill in its place.
Oh, Magnus did Vulcan did a really great play there by disjoining the application of the ball lightning stun from Asaf. So ball lightning didn't land the stun on Magnus, and as a result, he came out alive. He could have died in one stun. As he picks up the Invis rune and is running on top of Tremble here. Can they
Here
do
comes
anything?
the overdrive. There's the knockback. And Magma's trying to get in range for a stun. This is not enough damage. The Dark Swarm mitigating. 50% damage there from the Nitro.
Yeah,
Very big for him, keeping him alive there.
It went a bit too early, I think, but at the same time, 4 has his Rev Ward in the mid lane, so the Invis rune from Magnus doesn't do anything. He didn't know he had it though, so he could have walked the wrong way around and got the kill on Tremble, but a bit too impatient here from Mate, and they don't end up getting this kill here. So,
Humancer runs into Nymphora, sorry. There's a heal pod coming on. He's gonna heal back a lot of that damage. Magnus is now here, the threat of the double stun. They bring down the Geomancer. So they didn't have enough burst to bring down Nymph before the heal came out. Now they did rotate a lot of players up here.
Snowking's level 6, 200 GPM, 4 deaths, but he's still doing kinda okay. He has good levels, and now he picks up the Valkyrie Invis. They can try to make plays with that. As a
There's a Rev Ward down here, so they know that there's no counter Rev Ward coming in. There's the Ravenor Ball Lightning. Is there enough burst? And they will bring him down. The Nymph Pod was instantly blown up, but they had to try to save him. And now the Magnus and the Nymphora are in some trouble as we have Elder Parasite leading the way for Ravenor. There's the next kill, and now Magnus, he has no Lava Surge or mana all of a sudden. He might be able to Steam Bath. There we go, nice Steam Bath, but will it matter in the end? There's just too much damage, too much right clicks, and that is 3 kills going the way of Doghouse. Great job for them to use that first Valkyrie Prism to great success.
Yeah, they're really
Middle
playing.
lane, they have the
well around
Chrono Field for
cooldown.
the Tremble. This should be a dead Tremble. Geomancer coming in for a counter Dick stun. The TPs are
almost gonna
coming in.
die.
Kronos is taking a lot of damage. He will fall, and now Fa is going to get counter killed here. Geomancer going to get swapped in. He has a dig stun. Oh, he digs in on the Magnus. He does go down to the Nitro. Valkyrie leaps over the clip, but she's still going to get brought down by the overdrive. So a lot of counter kills coming in from Team Tim. 3 counter kills to be exact in place of the Chronos kill. The Chronos kill. But Ravenor, he was just quietly farming up in the top lane. He's now got 1,000 more gold post Elder Parasite, picks up the tower kill for his team. So Darkhouse still in a commanding lead here, 3,000 gold and 3,000 experience once the engagement concludes.
Yeah, and Forest got to recover some in the bot lane. He's doing some good damage here. He got to play however he wanted. Dude is gonna backstab him here though. Can they get this kill?
Valkyrie, she gets in range for a call, and Dude will finish the kill.
And if he got out there with level 6, he could have recovered really well. Even like stole some stacks in Legion's jungle, as they don't have any vision here and good stacks anyway. So unfortunate that the dude comes striding in from the back here.
Doc Geomancer spots out the Nitro. He is still Veiled Rotted. I don't know if they maybe know that he's in the area. Looks like the focus is going to be shifted toward mid lane. Tremble goes in first on the Salforus. There's a single stun from the Magnus on the Andromeda, gets knocked back by the Nitro. Dig stun is going to be avoided. And now Salforus, he already used his Undying on the Tremble. Going to be wearing off shortly. So you see all 5 players from Doghouse in the mid lane with the Valkyrie Prism about to wear off in a few seconds. They have completely fallen back to their tier 2 tower. So very aware of what's going on.
I would like to see them just farm up this blink on us. Oh,
We see another engaged here on the Nitro. They're going to dive him, and they are going to bring him down. And that was with the hive mind about to expire there. They got another grip to bring him down. Top lane, they're trying to bring down this tier 1 tower. But we might see the towers be exchanged here. So Forrest's gonna just do the stacks in the jungle.
Kronos here gets the top tower kill, 420 GPM. So he's going to.
Import,
They're gonna
coming in bot
import
lane.
for the
Valkyrie. She could very well be dead here.
Yeah, he doesn't have. He
Oh,
leaps
very
with
nice
the-
leap coming in from Snooki. He's gonna go for the port out on the uphill, so Nymph has no idea that the port was coming in. But that is a very nice leap coming in from Valkyrie. And Chronofield gonna be down for 2 minutes now.
They're
Here
gonna
comes
get
Andro and
Chronicle.
Ravenor. There's a swap on the Nymph. And he's just gonna melt. Kronos counter jumps here on the Andromeda. Andromeda gonna be sacrificed most likely. There's the Mors Certissima.
Retribution.
And Ravenor gets out. So they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think good trade. I think maybe some miscommunication on Doghouse's side as he swapped the Nymph up and then stunned the Kronos. So maybe they were trying to go for the Kronos play, but then regretted it and just took the Nymph kill. But at least they traded 1 for 1, and they forced Hellborn side to rotate a lot of players over there. So I think it's
Ravenor's got
quite
Blink.
okay. Blink on Ravenor, yeah.
520 gold per minute. He's in a very comfortable spot here.
I mean, right now Ravenor can almost one-shot any hero. Like, I think Kronos is the only one who can survive, and Kronos can't survive if he's not on strength boots. So
Doesn't have rewind either, so
No.
if he has the burst damage, they're gonna run into him here with the Valkyrie Prism. There's the call into the arrow, and Impa Boy just melts. He was on Agi boots or in boots. Didn't have the extra HP. We see Magnus do a defensive stun, but he could be in some trouble. Here comes the Undying. The Nymph pod is down. There's the swap from Andromeda as the Comet comes out on the Nymphora. She gets blasted down. Nitro has an overdrive. He's trying to pick a target. He's going to find Ravenor. Ravenor goes down. But meanwhile, it's a hat trick for Snooki as he got the 3rd kill there on the Magnus, I believe.
they're
They got
just still
Nymphora,
chasing Vince.
Kronos. Yep, they're still going. Very deep. Mancer gets a dig stun. And there's the immobilize, the comet stun. So Forrest holding his ground for now, but he will fall. Mancer sacrifices himself, so Nitro does at least find a counter kill. But no Chronofield, 10 more seconds. Andromeda, I think, also going to be sacrificed here. See if Tremble can get out of here. I think he's going to be just a little bit too slippery with the mound.
Yeah, Nitro can't kill him without the ultimate, so they get some good counter kills here on Hellborn. I think this was maybe a bit too greedy, but you know that's a consequence of the Doghouse playstyle. They always dive. They always
Where's an
go for
import
it.
channeling on the
Top.
medium camp? Oh, he misses the leap. Now there is the sphere, and
Yeah.
Valkyrie will die.
So I think it is the consequence of playing this super aggressive diving style, and sometimes you overextend, but most of the time you do good. And even there they traded 2 for 1. They got the Sulfuras kill for the Geo and the Andro, which I don't think is normally would be a fine trade, but as Legion was so far ahead, not the best, but it turned out pretty okay anyway.
No, the gold lead's still at about 5, and experience about 5k each.
Andro
Top
getting
River, what's going on here? Andromeda gonna be spotted here. Just got the
Maybe-
Undying on her.
Oh, maybe he can
What's
die
the
to the
Zeal
creeps.
stun? Is he dead from this? 1 more second.
Yeah, neutrals.
Wow, very close. But it gets the deny. Very nice play there from Dude. Denies a kill from Team Tim. We have the
Good
arrow
arrow.
hitting on the Magnus. 3.9 seconds to call. And the Crystal Field takes him out. But now Tremble also catching the Sulfuras. And Ravenor's here. That's going to be a 2nd kill. So to add insult to injury, the denied kill on Andromeda, they pick up 2 kills on the side of Doghouse.
So again, their nymph invis, or not the nymph invis, the Valkyrie invis is just so strong. You're always scared of where they are. They run into the jungle. They make the play, and Nitro's gonna run into Snooki. Maybe no, Snooki's gonna go for this.
Does he know he's here?
I
It
don't, I
feels
think
like he knows he's here.
Yeah, with the troll arrows.
That
but
arrow was he was aiming it at him actually. It looked funny.
yeah, but I think Snooki's just griefing a bit here in the woods. having some fun with spamming
they're
the
gonna
W.
maybe if they're patient enough. There's a TP coming in to defend the tower. Self-Forest.
lane,
They're gonna go for this, right?
I would hope so. I think they should have just
They
one
made the call not to go. I mean, that was
bot
they
lane.
had clear vision. Yep, bot lane. We have Andromeda falling. Chronos still no sphere up for 15 seconds. Doghouse might not know that though.
Oh, Tremble
So we see
getting
Nitro
caught.
finding Tremble here. Tremble all of a sudden he's gonna get picked off. So unfortunately for them, they didn't go for the Self-Forest kill, which as we, casters with God Vision, we clearly knew that could have been a free kill for them. They thought it was a bait. They don't end up going for it. But Team Tim capitalizes. They find 2 kills.
Yeah, good rotations by counter rotations by Team Tim, trying to find something. Mate was invis for, I guess, almost a full duration and like an entire minute trying to find a kill, and has the patience to find someone. So good play there, and Andromeda just walks out into 4 heroes that he didn't know were on the bottom
Oh, he
lane.
hit a creep. Sorry, I thought it was gonna hit Self-Forest. It was really close actually.
Okay, he's gonna go for the staff build here. What do you think about this, Beans?
He's not really a damage dealer this game. They have Tremble and Ravenor, I think, for the carry presence. I kind of like it. It's gonna allow him to be that split pushing third core, where he's not really their damage source. I think it's fine. Is there a hero you would like to see him staff? Does he ever staff the Tremble in this case, or even the Andromeda? Or does he just simply buy a staff for the split pushing aspect for himself?
I think it's gonna be for himself. There's not really another great staff on Legion side, which I think would justify it more. But Asaf is gonna
Top
try
lane,
to
stun on the
pick up.
Ravenor. They have the Nimport coming in. 4 players are gonna outnumber Ravenor here, and he will go down. Trying to work on his shrunken head. It looks like he's got the Mighty Blade picked up.
So I think the staff is fine. As you said, you can split push better, you can farm faster, you can throw arrows into Chronosphere on other targets and try to get a 5-sec arrow with the added boost. So I think it's fine. It's fine from Snooki here. I think at the same time, like Nullfire Blade would have been really great into Chronos with the one of the smallest mana pools in the entire game. If you hit that hero 2 times with the Nullfire Blade, he's not gonna be able to either leap or use Chronosphere. But
Andromeda gets a nice ward down bottom lane. She ports out. The lead has definitely cut down here. We saw almost 6k gold. Now it's down to 2k and 4,700 experience. So Team Tim has made improvements here on the resource chart.
It looked to me that the Doghouse would maybe just out-rotate them and keep finding these great picks with the Valkyrie Invis and stuff, but didn't end up turning out that way, as 4 buys an entire cleaver.
I was just gonna say that I was wondering where his items were. Now I noticed he had a lot of build-up with the Sackstone and whatnot, but his GPM definitely suggesting he had something else. I want to get your take on that. That's a fairly greedy option, I want to say. He's not going for any kind of fighting build behind the Ravenor. The Ravenor is almost going to be more of that initiator kind of frontline core. They're going to be looking to just free farm on the or flash farm on the Tremble now with the cleaver pickup. Bottom lane, we have a dig stun into ball lightning. Magnus is dead. Great lockdown, chain lockdown.
It's as you said, Beans. It's very greedy, but at the same time, I really like it because this hero can be anywhere, farming on every side of the map, in both jungles at the same time with the Terror Mind mount. And to be honest, Rune Cleaver is not the worst fighting item. Like, it does give the 40 damage, not as the 60 as good as it used to be, but it's still quite okay for fighting. And I think they're just gonna try to get as much farm on all 3 cores, so the Chronos won't end up destroying them in the late game. As Chronos is doing very well, 550 is trending towards that Geobane, and when he gets Geobane Shrunken and Resto, he's gonna be very scary.
I want to get your take on Dude's skill build. He maxes the Comet and the Dimensional Link. Only puts 1 point in Aurora. Is there a reason you feel like he would do that? Not valuing the minus armor?
I think Dude was laning with the Ravenor, which had the magic damage when he turned 6.
So values the aura over the physical armor reduction as Ravenor does magic.
I think that's
damage
the
output?
explanation for it. If you ask me, there's no there's no good explanation. I think that's maybe why he did it. I think Aurora is better, even though you have a Ravenor
Three
core,
cores in your
because
tier?
yeah, because the other cores do physical damage. I think this is a classic play by Dude where he does something
Different?
that's maybe not the best, but we try to justify it to make it look genius. I think he definitely
I still
did it.
feel like Aurora is a stronger early game ability than Dimensional Link because it's based on base damage, not your total damage. And there's no like Ravenor has an Elder Parasite, right? His power overwhelming isn't giving him strength damage. Like it's just raw damage on top of his flat damage. So I still feel like the Dimensional Link maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Middle lane, they're going to lock down the Nitro here with the dig stun into the arrow, into the crystal fields. So they find themselves another pick off. Once again, we're back up to where we once were, 5k and now 6k experience lead. I think we might have failed to mention that they were also taking Hellborn's Kongor after taking that tier 2 bottom tower. But Doghouse did a really good job. You could see on the minimap all of the wards, both revs and sight wards. They prioritized having insane vision control over Hellborn's Kongor pit. Thus, they were able to get that very easily. And now they're looking to get themselves a token for themselves.
Which looks like it's gonna be uncontested. So, token on which hero though here?
So, yeah, I was just gonna say, do you put the token on Ravenor or Tremble? I think either one you could have merits for it, because Ravenor's kind of that initiating carry, but Tremble's kind of the hero that it looks like to me that they're prioritizing kind of scaling the best as they put the cleaver pickup on him. So I think you can make arguments for either hero picking up a token, and
they do put it on Tremble, which I think is fine.
yep.
I think they're gonna play this Ravenor, as you said, as a more initiator type, like we used to see back in the day, dual mid Ravenor with just going in with BKB, and I think that's what he's gonna do this game. That's gonna be his role.
He blinks out here, he gets stunned by the Magnus,
Easy
he's gonna pour it
Nitro.
in on the Nitro. Great play as he just got the Shrunken delivered. A huge play coming in from Ozov. We'll see if Tim can respond here. Kronos is trying to pick a Chrono Field target. He goes for the supports, and that might be okay for the side of Doghouse. They're gonna counter initiate here, and they're gonna bring down both the Kronos and the Magnus as they did sacrifice the Geomancer and the Andromeda. Ravenor with full charges, he is pissed. He brings the damage to the team fight, takes out Nymphora, and picks up a hat trick. And Sate, we got all three Doghouse cores still alive, as they were even able to get the team fight started with 2 Chrono Field pickoffs. Doghouse definitely feeling happy after that team fight. 8k gold and 9k gold. They're going for the last guy, Sulfuras. He is not safe in his base. They will bring him down, and it will be a full genocide. What a momentum swing going the way of Doghouse.
Just gonna spawn back up with a token. They're gonna go for him here. Can they save him though? Oh, they can't.
Undying comes out. They used 2 buybacks here from both the Nymphora and the Sulfuras to hold their racks. Now, they did lose the tower, and they got a kill on the Tremble. So Doghouse, I think, still maybe is going to be content with breaking the tier 3 tower.
I mean, it's not great that they trade the Tremble, but they got tier 3, like the gold league crew. Because tier
2
3 just gives
buybacks and
so
a
much
tower.
gold and the buybacks. So I think they're very happy with this all in all. As they were going to try to get mid tower, but they're going to get initiated on here.
Dig stun catches out the Nitro. Auto attacks to follow. We'll take him down. Here comes the Nymph porting in. It looks like they canceled it, actually. They canceled porting in the Chronos there. And Sulfuras is going to be sacrificed. So they were not feeling comfortable to port in there. Andromeda, they're going for him. Geobane is used here by Chronos. Doesn't have a Chrono Field for 35 seconds. Ravenor catches him, and there's huge damage from Ravenor. They bring down the Nymphora as well, and now Magnus, he's got a Lava Surge, but he didn't go up the cliff. Doesn't even matter. The Steam Bath, he's going to be forced out of it with the arrow, and Ravenor is a machine at this point. We have almost 500 GPM on all 3 cores here from Legion, as Snooki doing a little, maybe, call it showboating. But tanks the tower there. Leaps away and TP's out.
They even bought back on Dude here to try to force base, I think. They just wanted to get these racks up early and really cement that lead, because when they get these bigger creeps in the mid lane, it's gonna Yeah, wait a second, they're diving again.
You're gonna get another catch here on the Nitro in the base. There's a swap on the Sulfuras. This could be another kill. Chrono's still dead for 8 more seconds. Undying is put onto the Ravenor. He might just be tanky enough to hold his ground throughout this.
I think he's gonna die as he picks up a Twin Blade.
Twin Blade Ravenor. Gonna give him a lot of damage assist and pick up those charges even faster. Kronos has a Chrono Field, but does he want to use it for an Andromeda or a Geomancer? I don't think he does.
No,
There's the dig stun coming out. They're almost toying with him at this point.
They just can't. Like, if they commit that, we saw the last fight. Chronosphere hit Geo and Andro, and they instantly killed those players. But it doesn't matter, because then the Tricore of Legion just swoops in, and Chronos' strength is
Ravenor's here was shrunken. Now he gets sphered up, but there is not a lot of damage. Kronos' damage is mostly magic at this point.
Oh my god!
Look at that
Twin
attack.
Blades!
The Twin Blade taking him out. Magnus now has the Earth's Grasp on him.
He's literally one-shotting every hero on Asaf. Can't move to get out here.
Damage charts, 22% Ravenor. There's the concede vote. This game just did a complete 180 turn. I mean, it was a 5k gold lead, but out of nowhere, it expanded to 20k. Sate, 20k golden XP. We see the concede vote come out here at 28 minutes. And well, what else is there to say other than Doghouse finishing out the series 2-0 here in the finals of cycle number 3. And guess what? They are back-to-back cycle champions. Cycle 2 and now cycle 3 has going to be claimed by Doghouse. What a great showing here. Any final thoughts on our finals ending 2-0 and also game 2?
I mean, it's obviously unfortunate when the series don't go to 3 games, but Doghouse just had a really dominant performance. I mean, they had the 5k goal lead. Hellbone came back, cut it to 2k, and then it just balloons into 20k. Asaf playing out of his mind, like one-shotting everyone, like with the Twin Blades. I think great play by both sides, but that the Nitro pick didn't really counter the Tremble as much as they thought it would. I think because Tremble was doing good in the lane. They were kind of equal, and they could really rotate Magnus and kill him because Tremble is so tanky. So great draft by Snooki here. Just ignoring the Chronos, go for tri lane or go for the triple core that can all of them where they can carry, and then the Chronosphere can only kill one of them, and they just clean up. So great play by Doghouse, and for Team Tim, good draft by Snooki.
And how about the Valkyrie? I mean, we talked a lot about Ravenor for good reason. Azov stepping into that position 1 role where we usually see him play position 3. He has a fantastic Ravenor game. How about Snooki on Valkyrie? He was just quietly 520 gold per minute out of nowhere.
I mean,
he got the staff, and all of a sudden he just flash farmed a light brand, and I think no doubt he definitely had a lot of impact that game as well, maybe with the arrows and whatnot.
Yeah, great game by Snooki, considering he was playing versus the tri lane, both in the bot lane initially and the top lane. So Snooki just came in and had a really great performance, just recovered really well and just started fighting. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So the Tricore from Legion prevails over Hellborn's Tricore. I think there's really not too much more to say other than this was just very well played from Doghouse. They showed to us why they were the winners of the winner bracket side, and they just continued to show their dominance here in cycle 3. So big congratulations to them. They pick up, as I said, the back-to-back cycle championships. They're going to earn themselves, I think it's 4 points, and Team Tim picks up, it's either 3 or 2 points. 2 points. So they find themselves 2 points. Still, very good that they pick up the 2 points. And then I think it was Buskno GG and Dawn Nova Brigada pick up 1 point for 3rd and 4th place. So that will be the final results there for cycle 3. Once again, I want to thank you, Sate, for co-casting. Always a pleasure. As you are my teammate as well. We get to play a lot together. But anything to conclude before we turn it over to Paradise?
No, great games. Thanks for having me here, Paradise. It was fun to cast.
Same from me. Thanks for having us cast. And that's going to conclude cycle 3. Turn it over to you. You can close it out.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for your kind words, and it's an honor to have you as always. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's game. The grand final was amazing to watch, to be honest. Personally, I really enjoyed it. And this concludes cycle number 3. We are left with cycle number 4 and 5 right now till the grand finale. Now, cycle number 4 is going to be on June 4th and June 5th at 2 p.m. GMT for both of them. And that's going to be the cycle 4, and cycle number 5 is going to be at June 11th and June 12th, and then grand finale is going to be at June 18th. But for now, what's more important is the cycle number 4, which is the upcoming one. Again, it's going to be on June 4th and June 5th, 2 p.m. GMT. All tournaments start at 2 p.m. GMT. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you in cycle number 4, everybody. Good night.